innovation ecosystem in Ghana. He is none other person than the chairman of the Ghana Hubs Network, Mr. Yao Edu Jemfi. We can do better. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you to our partners from NEP. I must say that you've been solid partners to us over the years, and even now that we have a new leadership, you continuously want to work with us. I'm sure that for the hubs that you've started receiving emails about visitations, kindly prepare. All of us here and many others will have the opportunity to be part of the Ajumawura program. Let me say good morning and also stand on existing protocols and to say that good morning to our distinguished guests, our partners, innovators, hub leaders, development actors, government representatives, and friends of the Ghana Hubs Network. It is a profound honor to welcome you to the 2025 annual gathering of hubs in Ghana, which is a space for possibility, collaboration, and purposeful action. This year's theme, which is Resilient Hubs, Thriving Futures, Strengthening Ghana's Innovation Ecosystem, is not just timely, it is essential. Across the 16 regions of Ghana, hubs continue to serve as catalysts for inclusive development, digital transformation, and entrepreneurial empowerment. They have become the backbone of Ghana's innovation narrative. The landscape, from footprint to impact. Today, Ghana boasts over 100 active innovation, technology, and business support hubs, with 80 of them proudly part of the Ghana Hubs Network. These hubs operate in diverse spaces, including digital skills training, startup incubation and acceleration, agri-tech and green innovation, business process outsourcing and freelance talent, STEM education, gender inclusion, and youth empowerment. From Kumasi to Bolgatanga, Takrady to Ho, and across peri-urban and rural communities, we witness young people leading the charge in creating local solutions to global challenges. Numbers that matter. As at now, there are 6,000 startups and SMEs that have been supported by GHN member hubs over the past 3 years. 12,000 of them, youth and women, have been trained in digital skills, entrepreneurship, and job readiness since 2020. $4 million in startup and hub development funding unlocked through partnerships with NEP, GIZ, MasterCard Foundation, and Accession University. In 2024 alone, over 500 digital jobs and gig work opportunities were created through GHN-linked programs. It is important to note that as part of the programs for today, there's a session on gig economy, and I'm sure that many of us will take the opportunity to be part of that. These are not just numbers, as I've mentioned earlier. These are lives transformed, jobs created, and communities strengthened. Key investments in the innovation ecosystem. Ghana's innovation space continues to attract substantial investment from the government, development partners, and private actors. The government of Ghana, through NEP, has committed over 200 million Ghana cedis to startup support, hub acceleration, and youth entrepreneurship. The Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, previously the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, now Ministry of Communication, Technology and Digital Economy, is advancing inclusion through initiatives like Girls in ICT, 1 Million Coders Program, and Digital Transformation Project. Similarly, the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Youth Development and Empowerment has also launched the Ajumawura program to empower thousands of young people. GIZ and Digital Transformation Center have enabled capacity building and gender responsive programming nationwide. The World Bank's Economic Transformation Project is enhancing SME competitiveness. MasterCard Foundation, MTN Ghana, Cosmos Innovation Center, and others are expanding startup funding, agri-tech innovation, and digital infrastructure. Together, these investments have directly empowered thousands, scaled local innovations, and contributed to Ghana's digital economy. Opportunities within the challenges that we face. Despite progress, we acknowledge the challenges. Regulatory and policy gaps, limited access to sustainable funding, connectivity and infrastructure issues, especially in the underserved areas. However, within these challenges lie powerful opportunities. Firstly, in the area of policy engagement, currently the Startup and Innovation Bill presents a critical moment. GHN is actively engaging stakeholders to ensure that the bill reflects realities of hubs on the ground. Secondly, with respect to inclusive growth, through our gender responsive toolkit, which today will be launched, and also a breakout session will be engaged on that as well, has been developed with GIZ and GFA Consulting, both of whom are here. We are deepening the inclusion of women and persons with disabilities in innovation. Green and circular economy. Hubs are leading sustainability efforts from clean energy to climate-smart agriculture and agri-waste upcycling. Digital work and job readiness. Collaborations with the Malitech, Turntable, and others are opening pathways for freelancing, business process outsourcing, and digital commerce for Ghanaian youth. On Tuesday, I had the opportunity to engage the Business Process Outsourcing Association with some of our hubs in Kumasi, where we met the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. The idea is to build skills in that area and have hubs serve as business process outsourcing centers. This is a very exciting time that we have, and that there's a need for model financing for hubs and startups, which will explore innovative financing models that ensure the longevity and scalability of hub operations. It is exciting that today we'll have a session on the model financing for hubs and startups. One of our hub founders, experienced hub founders, will engage an experienced expert from Impact Investing Ghana on the issues around model financing for hubs and startups. Hubs as drivers for SDGs. SDG 4, SDG 8, SDG 9, and SDG 13 continue to be areas where hubs are engaging actively. SDG 4, quality education through digital literacy and innovation training. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth via job creation and entrepreneurship. SDG 9, innovation and infrastructure driven by community-based innovation spaces. SDG 13, climate action through locally rooted sustainable solutions. So where do we go from here? As chairman of Ghana Hubs Network, I wish to issue a call to action. For our universities, let's integrate innovation into academic life, not as theory, but as means of practice. We know that there are several innovation hubs now in the university spaces, so we'll continue to engage universities to improve and enhance resilience in the academic environment. Private sector, we are looking at investing beyond sponsorships, fund programs, infrastructure, and growth stage startups. We are looking at government and regulators, and as our government representatives that are here, we are looking at co-creating a supportive tax and investment climate for startups and hubs. This is something that possibly we can do under the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill. For our development partners, let's scale what works, not just pilot, but sustain impactful initiatives. Ghana Hubs Network is committed to serving as a bridge between policy and practice, grassroots innovation, and national impact. We will continue to strengthen hub governance, operational resilience, and ecosystem standards that prepare our youth for jobs, entrepreneurship, and leadership. In closing, the story of Ghana's innovative future will not just be told in Ghana or written in Accra. It will be co-authored by a hub manager in Tamale, a woman coder in Techiman, a green entrepreneur in Takwa, a youth freelancer in Wa. This is our ecosystem. Let's nurture it with purpose. Let's build with resilience. Let's shape a future where hubs are not just enablers, but leaders of Ghana's transformation. Thank you, and once again, welcome to the 2025 annual gathering of hubs in Ghana.
Splendid delivery, Mr. Yao Edu Jemfi. Can we do better? Can we do better? Okay. It seems the momentum in the building is a bit low. Some of us are not clapping at all. And if you don't clap, we won't feel the impact of it. Can we give him a special clap? Let's go this way. This is what I call the rainfall clap. We are going to start with one finger, gradually 2, 3, 4. Then we clap with all our fingers. When it wants to rain, it starts by drizzling. So that is a 1 finger, 2, 3. Then gradually it comes as heavy rain. Can we do that? One, let's start. 1, 2, 3, let's go. No, I started with 1 finger. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, then gather. So let's do it ourselves. Let's go. Okay, that is much better. That is much better. Thank you very much, Mr. Yao Edu Jemfi. But at this juncture, the NEP department would want to take a leave of us. You are kindly permitted to do so. We do appreciate your presence here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the next item. Okay, thank you very much. Let us move to the next item on our agenda. We will be listening to our guest speaker from GIZ, Digital Transformation Center, and he is in the person of Mr. David Roberts. Mr. David Roberts, kindly join us on stage. Mr. Roberts. He is not in yet, okay. Then we will delve right into our panel discussion, and we'll be looking at private sector participation in the innovation ecosystem. And this segment will be moderated by Mr. Courage Kumla Asasi. Courage, are you in the building? Yes. So we would have to have our arrangements. Kindly join me on stage, Mr. Kumla. He would be leading the segments for the panel discussion. Okay. Yes. So if the ushers can at least help us with the setup, we would appreciate. We have to set up for the discussion. As we do that, let us engage ourselves. Then they do the setup. Hello, gents. You are welcome to today's event. Your name and your hub, your expectation this morning.
Thank you. Good morning once again. My name is Godfred Adam Alija. I'm with the Street Children Empowerment Foundation, and we have a learning hub where street-connected children and children in the community come to learn. So I'm here today to learn more, to network, to also see how best I can also expand what we do at our place. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well for making it here. Okay, good to have you, lady. You look ravishing this morning. Your name, your hub, and your expectations.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Rita Apau. I'm with the National Insurance Commission. And in terms of hub, per our law, we have what we call the sandbox. So it's just a platform or an enabling environment where insurers or any other stakeholders have ideas. They can play in the hub, pilot their ideas or their solutions, and make them market ready before we put them out there. Thank you.
I see almost everybody is doing something great in their own little way. And I hope we are listening to them. We did mention we want to network. This is an opportunity for us to listen to them. If our ideas also align with theirs, then we get in touch with them. Okay, good to have you this morning. Your name, your organizational hub, and your expectations this morning.
Thank you very much. My name is Ahab Bonaventure. I'm a budding entrepreneur. I operate this hub, Tech Impact. I'm based in Wenchi, in the Bono region. Yes, my expectation here is to connect, share, and go home and impact. Thank you.
That's the beauty of it. We don't just get the knowledge and keep it to ourselves. No, we have to disseminate it, make impacts around the people at our various homes, organizations, and all that. But can I still engage you a bit? Yes. Were you here last year, last annual meeting? Were you a part of us?
No, please.
That's fine. I had wanted to ask you a question, but since you weren't here, that is a fine deal. Okay, let me come to the CEO of Houston Tech Hub. At least if I can't boast of any hub, but I can boast of Houston Tech Hub and then Noni Hub, because they are in my region and I have felt their good works. Good to have you this morning.
Rafiatu, good to have you.
How was the journey from Wa to Accra? How was it like? And what are your expectations for the annual engagements?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the journey now, now we have flights from almost, it runs every day now. They just recently announced that it starts Saturday as well. So I use flights, but so that makes the journey less stressful. But let's assume it was to be the road, it would have been 24 hours, this road, and we are doing the advocacy, how terrible that road is. It's more or less like a crime scene. We just hope that the government, as a matter of agency, as we are hearing that it's part of the big push, we can only pray that that road is fixed, where that road is very good for us, and it's increased productivity if it's fixed. Yeah, my expectations for this program is, first of all, I must want to congratulate ourselves, that's the Ghana Hub Network, for this gathering, because this gathering is always unique. It's a period to reconnect, share network, share experiences, and then form business partnerships. At the end of the day, these are some of the reasons that I'm here. And also, as a regional lead for the Ghana Hub Network, it's good to be here to refraternize with the annual activities and what is in for us going forward. So I think generally it's good. It's good organization. I must commend the chairman and his team and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking to me as well. Forming partnership is very crucial when it comes to the tech world, when it comes to innovation and all that. Good to have you, sir. You're welcome. Your expectations for this meeting.
Okay. My name is Tanko Mohammed from Academic City University. And as the previous speaker had just said, the academia, we're also very excited, very interested in this. We're trying to also bring in the hub system into the schools. So we have a lot of students that we're looking to grow into entrepreneurs. So this is very exciting for us, and we're looking forward to learn a lot more from everyone here.
Appreciated. I guess in a jiffy we would get started. But before then, let's still keep engaging. Then we'll go to the back ventures. Then days in the classroom, the back, they used to make a lot of noise. Let's see what they have to offer. Table of gentlemen, good morning. Good to have you, your name, your organization, or how you are coming from, your expectations as well.
All right, my name is Michael Roxon Nkrumah from Mind Builders Africa. And this is my first time joining the annual gathering. And I'm expecting to also unlearn, and then share and as well impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's say you had the opportunity to at least engage or have dinner with any entrepreneur or innovator. Who would it be and why?
Okay, there is this one guy in Takrady called James Barr. He's a person with disability, and he's doing a lot in the ecosystem, the space. I think he has an app that aids and guides persons with disability to be able to navigate the social media platforms and as well online programs.
Beautiful one day. Who would you also have dinner with? You didn't want to talk, but still, I'll hear from you. Who would you love to have dinner with? Any innovator or entrepreneur?
I would want to have a time with Mark Dan. Yes, I admire the things he's doing and the things he has done, and I know a bit of his story, so I just want to get into his mind to know how he's able to get things done, so that I can also pursue that. Thank you.
You've spoken to me now, I'm okay. Good one day. But the others are not escaping as well. Good to have you again. Your name, the help you are coming from, what organization, your expectations.
Good morning to all of us. My name is Makafui Bejira. I'm from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, specifically the College of Engineering Innovation Center. We support students as well as faculty to move their projects from the labs and transform them into their sustainable startups. And also we support the faculties across the entire university landscape to commercialize their research output. And we work closely with the Intellectual Property Office of the university to help patent their various innovations as they come out of our innovation ecosystem. I'm particularly interested in the gender responsive kit discussion, and I would like to learn more about the gender responsive kit and how I can take that knowledge back to influence and apply it to our university ecosystem. Thank you.
Powerful pronouncements over there. Same question applicable to you as well, Jens.
Thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Shaibu Fuseni. I'm from the No Business as Usual Youth Empowerment Center in Kumasi. We work through SOS Children's Villages Ghana, so we are like the hub arm of SOS Children's Villages Ghana. We work in typically traditional sectors, so fashion designers, makeup artistry, bakery, among other things. We've been around for like the past 8 years now. We've been very quiet. We've not been in the ecosystem proper. So our goal is to get close to the ecosystem, learn a thing or two, and build on some of these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you, why weren't you so active on it? And now you want to revamp back, but they are ready. Our panel discussion is set to commence. At this juncture, I would hand over to Mr. Komla. It is in your court.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. We are here for the next part of the program, which is the all-important panel. I'll take turns to introduce the guests who would be on the panel with me. My name is Courage Komla Asase. I work at the Ghana Hubs Network in charge of programs, research, and policy. Thank you. So the first to join me on the panel, let's invite Mr. Alhassan Muniru, who is the MD for GFA Consulting Ghana. Let's clap for him. We can do better than that.
Okay.
They've been around for a while, supporting the ecosystem with so much programming and investment. GFA Consulting Ghana. You're welcome. The next is our only female participant on the panel. Let's welcome the CEO of Mobile Web Ghana, Madam Florence Topher.
Beautiful one day.
Our CEO. Let's clap for her. You can do better.
Yeah, girl power. We can do better. We are in a building. We can do better. Beautiful.
Let's welcome another very important person who has been around the ecosystem for God knows how long. I know him in the past to be the MD of MES. Currently, he's the portfolio advisor for MESS, Mr. Ashwin Ravitradan. Let's make it for Ashwin.
Okay.
Ashwin has been around for a long while, one of the godfathers of the ecosystem. And I hope that's going to make justice to the topic today. Another important person who's going to join us is from BOSAC. And BOSAC are the ones who are championing the BPO business outsourcing sector for us in the person of Mr. David Go. Let's welcome him. We can do better. We can do better. On today's panel, we are coming to discuss the private sector participation in the innovation ecosystem in Ghana. And for all hubs here, we know that a lot of the programming that we run as individual hubs, many a time is championed by the private sector. We have a very rich panel who in one way or the other are playing as either the conduit for funding, programming, or research policy, or any other ways that they influence the ecosystem. Once again, thank you. I'll give you the chance to just do a round, brief introduction, deep dive into who you are and where you work for.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us to the panel. My name is Alhassan Muniru. I'm the country manager for GFA Consulting Group. Before joining GFA, I also wear the hat of the co-founder of Recycle Up Ghana, now RAG Hub as well. So I am part of the Ghana Hubs Network ecosystem. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I trust that you're enjoying yourself. My name is Florence Tufa. I'm the director of Mobile Web Ghana. Mobile Web Ghana is a tech and entrepreneurship hub based in Accra. We've been around for 15 years. We've trained so many entrepreneurs, tech startups. I mean, Farmerline literally came from us, and Farmerline is a multi-million-dollar agri-tech company in Ghana, and it's our flagship startup that we've trained. I handpicked him from Kumasi to train him in Accra for 3 weeks, and through that, they've been able to do what they're doing. I'm excited to be on this panel, and I hope that my contribution would help in one way or the other. Thank you very much. And as I see Ashwin, okay, Ashwin will talk about me and MEST.
Hi, my name is Ashwin. I've been around the ecosystem now for 10 years, actually. My 10-year anniversary is coming up next week. At MEST, we've basically been giving a space to entrepreneurs and giving a space to hubs to really understand tech innovation and really understand, I think, go-to-market and fundraising. Happy to say Florence is also one of us, and we're all family at the end of the day. But MEST has been around for now 18 years. This is our 18th year. We're also rebranding our initial entrepreneurship program now into an AI startup program, more catered towards the future, while still investing in our companies from the previous years as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is David Go. I'm the CEO of Business Outsourcing Services Association of Ghana, but I wear so many different hats. I'm also immediate part executive director of the Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana, IIPGH. So you hear of that organization a lot. I'm also the president of TICON Africa, which is a Pan-African ICT association. Next month we'll be having our annual conference here in Ghana, Labadi Beach Hotel. And this is an umbrella association of those in the tech space. So I've been in the tech space for a while, and I'm really happy to be here because it's important to discuss things to do with private sector participation in our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up once again for our panelists. Yes, Mr. David, we heard the rep from NEIP talk about government investment in the innovation ecosystem with programs like Jumera. I want to understand from the perspective of member hubs, what do you think has been the private sector's engagement and investment into our innovation ecosystem for the past 10 years?
Thank you very much. You know, now I'm happy we have the Ghana Hub Network, and I'm happy we are also now getting together as groups and associations from a private sector. We've always been government-led in our development, but actually the job creation is done by the private sector. So how do we get the private sector also well mobilized and also having a common front and discuss issues of development, issues of job creation? And I think we need to empower private sector associations and private sector groups, because if you work as a company, unless you are very big, you will not get attention of government. But when you go as a group, and I've done this over 8 years, we get access everywhere, right? Because we represent groups of private sector organizations. We represent groups of professionals, companies. So now we are going to have a lot of hubs because our ecosystem is made up of a lot of young people, eager to learn, eager to try out new things, and this will snowball. In the next decade, we are actually going to have a lot of companies coming up, because companies start by, a lot of them started and failing, and I think you can attest to that. And eventually, few companies will come up and the rest will rally around them. But if we don't have an ecosystem that helps these companies to grow, they get tired and they fizzle out. So I think this conversation we are having here is very, very important. Africa is the next emerging market, whether we like it or not. Demographics shows average age 19 years. The population is growing from 1.5 billion. We're going to hit 2.5 billion in the next 25 years. The rest of the world, particularly Europe and North America, will be aging. Even the production hubs in China and India will also age. And then a lot of the businesses will be looking at Africa as the next destination. What we will offer the world will not be just human resource. We'll offer the world innovations. And these innovations will come back from the hubs. And that is why this conversation here is very important. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. As a follow-on question, you mentioned that you are able to get access because of the fact that you are in organizations. Is that to suggest that for most hubs or individuals sitting here, the best way to be able to catch the eye of investment from private sector is when we come together as a union, as an umbrella body, other than just being individual organizations? Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely 100%, even if you permit me, absolutely 200%. Because you need to come as a group, to actually get the attention of government. Do you know why we have organized labor? We have organized labor because they want a common front to get their issues discussed, heard, and resolved. Now, because our population is growing very fast, and we have a lot of young people that are not going to be part of this organized labor, let's say teacher union, nursing and midwifery union, or whatever group, it's also important that we have private sector groups like the Hub Network, private sector groups like the Institute of ICT Professionals, private sector groups like BOSAG, to ensure that our issues are brought to the attention of government and those issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashwin, you've been around supporting with programming, program design, investment, and I want you to tell us, what do you think are some of the success stories of the private sector's involvement in the innovation ecosystem?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few, right? I think at MEST we've enjoyed, now collaborating with the likes of GIZ, UNICEF, UNDP, MasterCard Foundation. But also what we've really enjoyed is also, and I think those are more, I would say like donor agencies or international standard organizations, but with the private sector specifically, I think we've enjoyed our relationship with Absa Bank. We've done work with Fidelity. We've done work with MTN, Telecel, Vodafone, but now Telecel. And I think what are the different success stories is, I think the way the private sector also engages with the hub, right? I'll be truly honest, I think there's a lot of private sector players who would rather just give where the private sector makes a difference is if they actually give that small money, so that becomes easier. So back in the day, I don't know if you guys remember, but MTN used to hold a hackathon, right? It used to be, I think, a week long, but you would find MTN executives sitting in that room talking to every. We've supported them in a few things. I think there were a few other hubs also who supported them in that. And what we realized was that MTN's intent of doing that changed the way MTN looked at the startup ecosystem, right? Like today, if you look at the MTN Momo splitting up, they're able to talk to so many startups today, including like MedPharma, for example, which is a success today. MedPharma is now launching their health insurance scheme on MTN Momo at a competition price point, which is so amazing for a Ghanaian market. Then we've also seen people like Cosmos, right? I would say they're one of the bigger hubs as well right now today. I think Ben and Camille are doing a phenomenal job, obviously with the backing of Mr. Joe. But like, I think the way they also went about to engage not only the hubs, but also all the stakeholders, right? I think today KIC enjoys the benefit of being so deeply connected to all the universities. So I think intent is very important. I think participation is even more important. I think the likes of Complete Farmer, the likes of Pharmaline, also different programs, the likes of, like I said, MedPharma, MNotify, the likes of YFlix, like they've all come out of programs with definitely private sectors having way more intent, way more resources, and also participating in that game. So I would probably say that.
Thank you. I'll move to Muniru. You are purely from private sector, GFA Consulting. I want to understand, as a private sector practitioner, what do you think are the key things you look out for, or who motivates you to be able to invest into this ecosystem? Family, let's talk about investment in terms of programming, in terms of startup design from the hubs, and then what would be the interlinkages between your work as a private sector practitioner and then what the hubs are doing?
Hi, okay. Yes, so thank you for the question. GFA Consulting Group, just for those that don't know, it's a consulting company headquartered in Hamburg, Germany. And we work a lot with development partners and supporting them in the implementation of their programs. And so we kind of like the middleman there. And in Ghana specifically, we're doing a lot of work, as you've rightly said, with hubs. And a lot of also like young innovators on the ground. We're working with, I think at the moment, over 15 hubs across the country, from Accra all the way to Wa, and actually some of them are here as well. And for us, it's very important because private sector is the engine of growth, and especially when you want to really support grassroots innovators. The people that are on the ground, they are actually the hubs, and then the young innovators as well. And if you really want to make long-lasting impacts that goes really to the grassroots, then it's really important to work with these players as well. And so for us, as an organization in the development sector, that is one of our main motivations. And also acknowledging the fact that most small organizations, and the way funding works these days, right, has been organized, is they will not be able to do direct access to these funding most of the time. And so we then help to then also basically bridge the gap and help them access some of these funding by working with them so that they are also able to really do the work that they need to do on the ground as well. And so that's one of our key. And by doing that, then you are also, of course, then contributing to capacity building, because also, we build their capacity as well when working with them. So then the capacity of the team, their staff, and that also then have also a knock-on effect by then also supporting also the people that they are also working with as well. So in a nutshell, I would say like that this is one of our key motivations. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Madam Florence, you play a very special role. You work as a director for an innovation hub that has been able to attract or channel a lot of private sector support of funds. I think one of the foremost programs I know you run is the American Corners. Yes. And that is from the American government. I want to understand, as someone who has attracted this level of investment from such industry, do you think that there are challenges with hubs in terms of our communication, there are gaps, our structure, our operational models that make it difficult for us to be able to directly tap into some of these support programs that the private sector actually provides for us? For someone like you who has been able to attract that level of support.
You know, for any organization to invest in you, they have structures. And structures are very important. And when we train startup, one of the things that we encourage them to do is to lay basic infrastructure or structure within their organization. When we talk about structure, what do we need? Do you have a human resource policy? Do you have a audited account? Do you have those are key structures that when anyone, because for instance, the business we are doing is not haphazard. It's not like you can get up and do anything that you want. Everything that you do must be streamlined from the beginning to the end, so that there are processes you are following to ensure that the right or the desired outcome is achieved. So to be able to attract funding from international partners, they have their own structures that you need to follow. Any organization, even those of us who are applying for funding, we can attest to the fact that they ask for specific things. And one of the things they are trying to do is due diligence. Does this organization have what it takes to implement the projects and to do it and to sustain it, so that they will not give the funds to you and by the time you realize you vanished or something has happened or you are not available and the project cannot run again. So it's important to establish strong structures in the businesses that we run. And I believe that if you have strong structures in place, like I mentioned, human resource, finance, recruitment, a lot of other structures that you need to put in place to be able to attract funding. And also track record, you know, apart from this internal, like all the structures that I have mentioned are internal structures, but they also want to see that you may be a startup and have all these structures in place, but do you have the track record of implementing projects successfully? And this is key things that they look out for. What is your track record over the period of time? They don't just pick people and just invest in people. They want to see, do you have what it takes over the period of time to do what you are doing and to do it well and to continue doing it well? That is sustainability. Would you be able to sustain the projects when it is given to you? Those are some of the things that external partners look out for. Once you meet these things, I'm sure that they would be able to give you partnership, collaboration, anything that you want to do.
Thank you, Ms. Florence. David, you want to add something?
Yeah.
I think Florence raised a very important point. Structures, standards. 2 days ago, I was on a panel with Yao, the chairman of Ghana Hub Network, and I raised the same thing, that hubs must operate in a way that they meet international standard. From your physical office space, it doesn't matter how small, you need to think of access control. You need to think of how you manage the data that you have, how you process that data. You need to have documentation of all the things you have. You should even go to the extent of having at least a 5-year strategic plan. Something that you can show to somebody that this is what I want to do, and this is where I am, this is where I want to get to in the next 5 years. These things are very, very important to attract any kind of investment. Now, we look at investment only from a funding point of view, but the most sustainable form of investment is getting a paid client. You must get somebody that pays for your services. And if you get that, and you keep that client, and you add another client, and add another client, that is where you become big. So, before you get your first paid client, you have to meet all these standards. Now, we must also look at hubs operating beyond our borders. What do I mean by operating? I don't mean you setting up in a different country, but set up in a way that you can attract those clients that sit outside of this country. This is where BOSA comes in, because we want to bring in investment, but we want this investment to go to private sector companies. We want to match organizations looking for services or looking for personnel with hubs that are in Ghana here. But these organizations will definitely require you to meet some minimum standard. This is where I think the hub network will have to organize workshops and other stakeholder engagement programs, help the hubs to meet some minimum standard to be able to attract this kind of investment. There are a lot of jobs out there, particularly in the countries that are getting shortage of human resource, but there are also a lot of human resource we have here. What is missing is meeting the minimum standard and then attracting those investments through the channels that we have created. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to add that one of the things that these international corporations or partners look out for is capacity. Do you have capacity to do what they want to give you? For instance, if you're applying for funding, if it's $2 million, do you have the capacity, internal capacity? And capacity doesn't mean that human resource, or have you done projects beyond $2 million before you're applying for funding? Like for us, we've been working with the U.S. Embassy since the year 2020 for almost 5 years now. And it's because prior to establishing that partnership, the American space was in a public university. And we worked with them. We went to North, we went to other regions. We worked with them for a very long time. And through the relationship that we built, they noticed that, oh, they want to move their American space from a public university to a private hub, like not a private hub, like to a hub like Mobile Web Ghana. I mean, so they might have seen that we have the capacity to be able to move their space from a public university to a hub like Mobile Web Ghana. So the capacity is also very important. It may not be financial. I'm not sure that they want to see $2 million or $5 million in my account, but do you have the capacity when work is given to you? Can you implement the work in such a way that it meets the standard, it meets the expectation, it meets what they are intended to do? It's also very, very important.
Thank you. We've talked about capacity, track record, and expectations in terms of putting yourself together your offices. One of the things that I think for most people sitting here who are hubs or new hubs want to talk about would be track record. For a hub sitting here who is a new hub under a year, 6 months, 1, 2 years, how then would such a person be able to gather the relevant track record to be able to start running programs like American Corners? Because that is the crust of the practicalities. Beyond everything about capacity and keeping your books in shape, how is it able for a person starting out here among this crowd to start by gathering some amount of track record?
I think that you may not have it all, but you have it all. I mean, it's two-edged sword. You know, I'm saying this because if you don't have the capacity, you can join somebody who has the capacity. And I think that has always helped me. I believe in partnership. I mean, the ecosystem, I mean, there are occasions you want to compete, you want to see that we are competitors, but I think that it's long overdue where you see your potential. Like, I have worked with partner hubs, and I'm happy to do that. And most of them, even the big contracts that I have had, it's just true. And I write less documents, and I mean the reason why I like partnership is because I write less documents. It doesn't mean I'm lazy. Sometimes you write a document doesn't yield the result you want to do. But I really believe in partnership and collaboration. I believe that if you are young, if you're a startup, if you're an early startup, I think that is the way to go. Look out for somebody who has the capacity and jump on board. Be I'm sure that if I should go as a solo person at the beginning, you say, Mobile Web Ghana, what is it? Even though I've worked with the Web Foundation, I've worked with the World Bank on the Garrett project, I've done a lot of things. a certain capacity, you know. And if I
the current portfolio advisor, what do you have to say in terms of advice to our members who are here regarding the ability to be able to work in consortiums towards the common goal, to be able to attract and also implement private sector-led investments?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, right? So I think that, like, often or not, I think there is this, I would say, unfair dependency on the bigger hub to bring projects, right?
We'll come to that.
Yeah, like, again, happy to say that we're a bigger hub and we've supported a lot of you, but sometimes the expectation is a bit unreal, right? What I've observed is when we were a smaller hub and we were trying to work with AfriLabs, or we were trying to work with, you know, impact hubs and everything, etc., I would take projects to them. It's because what would happen then is, because they don't necessarily see why I need to take a project and run it because it's my sustainability, right? And that goes back to Florence's point as well as my friend David's point, which is that you need partnership, but you also need to show willingness that you want to work for this partnership, right? See, just to sit in the crowd and say, oh, we're waiting for, you know, NEIP to come or GHN to come, and it's suffocating because there's only 5 people in GHN, there's 5 people in NEIP, and they have limited bandwidth. But as all the hubs today, like, it's one of the things which I don't see, but I see in Nigeria a lot because we work with a lot of hubs there too, is in Nigeria, you'll see the smallest hub sending you the maximum amount of donors and maximum amount of bid links. Because for the smallest hub, a small project or being a small part in a big project where other people are leading the project and other people are doing other things, right? I think really makes sense. The second thing, which I think is like, I think goes back to your point, I want to do it alone, is the simple thing that every hub thinks they can do everything by themselves, right? And this goes from recruiting to training to venture building to investment facilitation to, you know, baseline management to M&E, like, and to also crisis and PR and marketing as well, right? Like, every hub thinks they can do it. Fortunately today, I think at MEST and I think a few of the other hubs, we have now the capacity to do it. But I still can't do M&E in WA. Or I can't do M&E in, let's say, for example, you know, in Ishaq's region in Tumu. I have to send people there. And for me at that time, it's easier to work with a hub on the ground and actually get that going, right? And I think it's also exciting if hubs also start figuring out their differentiator, right? Like, I think there's IoT Hub, and there's, I think, my friend from Kufridwa is here. He's always had a differentiation for himself, right? Wes is, I think, back in the day when Green Roots used to be there, right? They all had specific, I think, niches. And I think bringing that to the consortium is way more attractive than saying, oh, get me a project, I will do everything end to end. Everything is possible. Well, then multiple people have to eat. How does that work, right? So I think those are like my 2 points. Like, as a younger hub, like, be more aggressive in business development, find the bids, send it to the bigger hub, saying, Ashwin, can we apply? Or do something, right? And make sure that it also feels that you're also putting stuff on the table. And the second thing also is, like, don't come to us and say you can do everything on your own. it makes us feel, okay, then why are we doing this? Are you just doing this because you want our brand name, or do you actually want to learn from us as the bigger hub? So those are my 2 points.
I want to cite an example. I worked with Simplon Africa. They are based in France and Senegal. And we trained 600 people in social media training and leadership for project managers and then entrepreneurs. And you know, when the CEO visited me, I mean, he was out about how we did the work, how we implemented. He was so happy. And he said that, look, Florence, I think that your expertise is how you do the project, the training, you know. So I don't think that we want to help you to source for funding. Like, don't sit there and say that you are writing funding proposal. Look, if you find any funding proposal you want to write, send it to us. We'll write it in France for you, and then you submit it. Just submit it on your own. This is what we are doing to support. We feel that your biggest gap is you do what you do well, but your biggest gap is sourcing for funding. And we want to close that gap for you. We want to be the person, like the partnership we have, we want to closes that gap. And they've written proposal for me that, I mean, they didn't say they would take percentage or something. They just said, look, we want to work with you, and this is what we are doing for you. And I think that goes back to Ashwin's point that, look, I have to accept that, look, I want to work with you and open up and just work with you to close that gap for me. It's a huge gap that sometimes when you're trying to close, it's not possible. So it's very important to just allow yourself, identify what you want to do, and do it well.
Thank you very much. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just give an example. Since you asked about a smaller hub that want to do something, and we have been in a position where as GFA, we were selecting organizations to work on one of our projects. And there was one promising organization who submitted a very good proposal, but then because she was small, and actually she's right here, because she was a small organization, she was missing certain things during the due diligence. And actually what made the difference was the fact that she was able to go into a partnership with another hub in the region. They submitted the MOU showing that they are collaborating together and so on and so forth. And that is actually what then gave us the confidence to say, you know, they are working together, you know, then also giving her the opportunity as well. So I want to give a shout out to Pahibu Space. Hikmat is here. They are doing a very wonderful job supporting young women in WA with digital skills as well. So these are some of the examples as well. And we need to see more of these types of collaborations. You know, collaboration is key, and partnership, because you can't do it all by yourself, you know, and they've already said most of it as well. But, you know, if you are small, how do you get references? How do you build yourself? You have to start by doing something. And by working also on the project, that is how you are able to then build yourself up and then go up to the stage as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think we've done a lot of justice to this question. Mr. David, you want to add something?
Thank you very much. I think I'm excited because we are a growing economy. Unemployment is very high, but actually employers are the people sitting here. These are the people who have taken the bold step to say, we're going to create something and we'll get somebody a job. And it's not easy. I mean, all of you are entrepreneurs, and to get time, come here for this kind of engagement. I've seen you know, people move from Ho, from Wa, and all the places because, I mean, Sunyani, Wenchi, I'm excited to see you leaving your job or what you do on daily basis, but you really want to build that network, you really want to build that capacity. It's important, but one of the things that's all the panelists talked about is collaboration. To be able to identify mentors. You can even use another hub that is doing almost something similar to what you want to do or what you are doing. But get closer. Don't see the company as a competitor per se, but how you can collaborate. Because even big companies still collaborate. big, successful companies, they still collaborate, countries, most powerful countries in this world, they are powerful because they collaborate a lot. They have partners all over the world. So it's important that we also learn that collaboration. We belong to associations and groups. We contribute to the ecosystem's growth, and then we'll benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to announce that we have a 30-minute Q&A session coming up, and so if you have questions, please keep writing them down. We'll give you the chance to ask direct questions to our panelists. My next question has to do with Ghana Hubs Network. We are on track to come back to our former glory days. Please clap for that. Please clap for that. We are on track, and we are almost there. However, we want to ask the relevant question in terms of what do you think that we need to do as a union, as a member-led body, in terms of bringing back investment and support that hitherto was there but currently wasn't there. I want GFA to take this because you are a private sector consulting firm and you have what it takes to bring us all the gigs.
Yes. Okay, I'm put on the spot. Well, I would say showing a united front is key, right? Because in the end, as we've talked a lot about collaboration, right? But, for an external organization, they need to see that it is indeed actually true, right? That the organization is united. And this means also that, one, of course, putting also all the internal structures, together to ensure that all hubs, right, all members within the network also have equal access to opportunities, so that when you have a meeting with one hub, they don't tell you one story, and then when you go have a meeting with another hub somewhere, then they tell you something else, right? So I think that has been one of the key issues in the past, which is still haunting the Ghana Hubs Network as well. So really the internal unity, showing the united front, doing stuff also together. So I'm happy to see that today there are a lot of member hubs here, there are a lot of people here. That's good, but we need to see more of that. So joint activities, because in the end, right, as we said, when an external organization wants to see what you're doing, right, the first thing they will look at is, what are you guys doing together, right? What activities is ongoing? So if we can see more of that, I think that also helps to show that, okay, this network are united, they are doing activities together, they are really supporting each other and helping also, of course, right, not leaving the smaller ones, but also helping to bring them together to the standard of also the so-called bigger hubs, so that you can really see that in the end, everybody in the ecosystem is benefiting and should benefit also together as well. So that would be my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. We are ready, and hopefully we are able to collaborate for bigger things for our members. Mr. David, you are the president for BOSAC. I want you to just on the spot give us some promises. What do you think would be some of the key partnerships that you can promise us here on this panel between BOSAC and GHN? On the spot.
Thank you very much. So first of all, what we're doing is to work closely with you to make sure that we have the bill passed into an act of Parliament.
Let's clap for that. Let's clap for that. Let's clap for that.
So that the startup and innovation bills will come to life as a policy, an act of Parliament that we can use to shape the industry. So we're working. We met, some of the team designing this, ensuring that the job creation aspect, where we support you by exposing the startups to companies abroad, companies that are looking for innovation hubs, companies that wants to outsource some of their services to hubs here in Ghana. We can be that linkage to ensure that you get those jobs. Because if you build a hub and you have all the standards and everything, but you don't have businesses coming to you and giving you an opportunity to showcase your product and services, and you are not getting a paid client, even the development partners or those who provide grants and support your growth, those grants will dry up, and then you go back to square one. So it's very, very important to get a paid client. And that is what BOSAC will be doing with the hubs, to ensure that companies, there are a lot of startups also in other parts of the world. They want to collaborate and build solutions together. They want to see how the innovations we have in the fintech space, in the agri-tech and other spaces can be used in developing applications and solutions for them. So that kind of partnership is important, but you need the backing of some organizations to ensure that the legal part of those kind of contracts are done properly, so you are not shortchanged, and that is where BOSAC comes in to ensure that, I mean, if we introduce you to a company abroad, what kind of engagement do we put in place to ensure that the governance of that partnership is not one-sided? And we've seen some cases where people come and cry foul that they have been shortchanged. Either their solutions have been taken away from them or they've been used and dumped. So those kind of situations will be things that we'll be looking at. The other thing we'll also look at is to help the Ghana Hub Network with developing your own strategic plan. So when we set up BOSAC, one of the first things we did was to get a consultant to help us develop a strategic plan. It's important as an association, as a hub, because you are going to be engaging other stakeholders. They want to see, what is your growth plan? What is the plan? How many hubs do you want to have at the end of maybe 2030, for example? What are the key areas of improvements that you have identified that you want to embark on? And ultimately, how many jobs can be enabled through this process? So it gives an investor clarity that, okay, these guys are ready. If we support them through the hub network, we can actually support those hubs and they can eventually create the opportunities that we want to see. So I think it's important that we work together and see how we can do this.
Thank you very much. For our members who have designed digital skills training programs and want an employability component, you want people to come and off-take your skills, the trainees that you train, please see Mr. David after here. They are the right people to discuss that with you and provide people to come and take off.
Yeah, we are even collaborating with MEST, on this, because they're also involved in a lot of skill development and training. But there are standards. 2 days ago, I was telling Yao and the others, because we had a small team of graduates who completed a certification program in KNUST. And it was clear that training alone is not enough. You need to validate these trainings by going through a certification program. If you have a hub and you want to go to the next level, get support and get ISO certification, as an organization. It doesn't matter how small, you can get support. You may not need to do this out of your pocket. You just need to go through the hub and get support and build that standard so that you'll be attractive to the companies.
Please see Mr. David for here if you are interested in getting an ISO certification for your hub. Ashwin, I want you to make some promise for us. I know you have the EdTech Fellowship, you have all these other programs that you run with some hubs and their startups taking part of. But do you think that where you sit, you can give us any promise in terms of what we should expect from MEST in the coming months till the year end as a portfolio advisor?
My team will kill me if I make any promises, because now we've also decentralized MEST in a lot of ways, where every team now is managing its own budget. I think we're happy to commit to any opportunity where we can develop the hubs here, right? I think I can be truly honest. I've been involved with this Ghana hubs in many forms since the start of the day in 2017, right? And I think we've gone through multiple iterations. I feel that this might be the year where we probably will standardize under, obviously, the right leadership. We're happy to commit, a program, or happy to commit some sort of, let's say, even capacity development or anything required for all the regions and all the hubs. What that commitment is, I think will have to be further discussed, but we're happy to commit. We're always here. We truly believe we're one of the families here, and we don't think we can do such incredible work without the hubs too, right? right? And I think we're very, very grateful for that. And we're also grateful for these umbrella organizations as well.
Thank you, Ashwin. Let's move to GFA. We know you are working with some select hubs across the country, and we want you to make commitments that this will not be the end for that partnership. You're either going to expand the partnership to cover all our regions, because we are in every region as Ghana Hubs Network, or you renew the partnership with our current members that you are working with. Commitment here. Thank you.
Well, in order for us to commit, then GIZ has to commit. We go hand in hand. But actually, yeah, so currently with the hubs we are working with, definitely we are committed to continue that work. But I actually have an announcement actually on an ongoing opportunity, which GFA is working on as well. But we are working on that with GIZ Kenya. That is the Joint Innovation Facility, I think SPARK. Maybe some of you have seen it on LinkedIn. It's an ongoing opportunity to get funding of between 100,000 to 250,000 euros. It also comes also with capacity building. Actually, Professor Constance is one of the team members. She's sitting at the GFA booth, but she's also on the panel, so maybe later she can give you a bit of info on that. But again, it comes back to collaboration. So for that one, it's also really promoting Africa-Africa collaboration or Africa-EU collaboration. So it's only consortium that can apply. And so you can also come together, and then either you partner with another organization. It's it's for 14 African countries that are eligible, and then also partners from the EU as well. So that's an ongoing opportunity which is being also done by my colleagues also at GFA as well. So that is an ongoing opportunity. So definitely, I would say, yeah, yesterday there was an info session. There will be another info session in the beginning of August. I forgot the exact date as well, but when you Google Joint Innovation Facility, you'll see it. So definitely look into it, and then if it fits, then join the consortium or call and see how you can collaborate and then work on that as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Madam Florence, your final remarks. What is the future for Mobile Web Ghana? What is the future for Ghana Hubs Network? Any avenues for us in terms of collaboration?
Ashwin is saying it's not fair. You should ask me to also promise something. Yes, and I think that recently when I was in the Hamburg Sustainability Conference, we joined other partners to sign the Declaration for Responsible Use of AI. And we know that AI is a new thing. And usually in Africa, when new technologies come, we observe, we sit back and let other people play. But this time around, as we have joined the Responsible Declaration of AI, we are hoping that we have things that we need to do. We have a lot of things that we need to do to make sure that we are not just consumers of the technology. We are creators. We are actively innovating. We are actively participating in this new technology space that has come. And that is what we, Mobile Web Ghana, we actually is one of the things that we are doing. And we believe that we will build capacity. We train people. We would help people to create new things. Currently, there are a lot of things that we are creating in the pipeline when it comes to AI. And I believe that so that we will not be left behind in this AI space. We have our Ghana AI strategy that we have launched, and there are lots more that is coming. And just like the internet and blockchain technology, other technologies that have come, we hope that the hubs, not only Mobile Web Ghana, but all the hubs in Ghana, because we are united front, we would help to make sure that the communities that we represent are not left behind in terms of this technology. They are actively participating, not just using ChatGPT, but this technology. What can we do? Can we develop? Can we do a lab? Can we do other things with the technology? Because for now, as it is, it's just using of ChatGPT. A lot of people, like 70%, 80%, using the tools. But can we also train people to create and actively participate? Because new millionaires are going to be created. Economic empowerment is coming. What is our share in this technology, in this and this industry that is coming. That is what I am more concerned. How can we actively participate in this economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Florence. I would want to give the chance to Hassan from GFA to talk about the current MOU between the Ghana Hubs Network and GFA Consulting. Please, let's clap for that. Let's clap for that. We've been able to sign an MOU for and on behalf of our members. As you are all aware, there are some select hubs currently working with GFA Consulting. We want to continue that and provide a lot of opportunities for our members. Our job is to democratize access, and we are doing that. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, so I think this discussion also came about when we collaborated to bid for the open source office for Ghana, which was being piloted by the UNDP and then the IT. Unfortunately, we didn't win it to bring it to Ghana. They took it to Kenya, but we will definitely collaborate together with the Ghana Hub Network to bring these kind of opportunities to Ghana as well. So yes, the GFA and Ghana Hub Network are finalizing an MOU to basically see how we can collaborate together and then support the ecosystem as well. So actually, we are yet to sign it, but we are finalizing the document, and then we can then sign the MOU between the two organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want you to please give a round of another applause to our panelists. They've done a very good job discussing this very important topic. We are now at the Q&A session, and before I take leave of the panelists, I want you to please engage them. Let's invite our MC and myself to pick questions from you directly to our panelists. Please feel free and ask all the necessary questions that you have. They are here to respond to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Komla. Such an intriguing conversation, thought-provoking one, of course. If you have a question, just kindly raise your hand. I'll bring the microphone to you. Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much. My question is going directly to Florence. I've been at her place. I've got some skills. Anytime I go back, it's still, I'm, as you know, from Navrongo. And now I've partnered with somebody who have a hub. I want you to see how you could help our hubs, especially with the gender responsiveness. We are much in particular with the girls. Back at the rural place, even computers to see something hard. But how can mobile web help Knoxing the Business Hub grow? Thank you very much.
Okay, hope you got the question. Should we take all the questions
He's
or
a
respond to
beneficiary
it?
of one of our programs. I heard that, yes. And 2 questions, okay.
Who else? Okay.
Hello, my name is Kobna Yankee from Food Agro Business Hub, located in Newtown, Accra. We're a new hub, and I think with a new hub comes with some growing pains. And I think what we would like to ask the panel, and I think I will address this to anybody on the panel who would care to answer, is what should we be looking at in terms of capacity building for us, ourselves? One, key personnel. Which kind of people should we be trying to hire? And also, I mean, in line with the conversation of collaboration, how do we get kind of like a steady flow of information about programs that are coming on board, so that our hubs can be able to partake in some of these programs? Thank you.
Okay. Would you respond?
Yes, I will respond to my question,
Okay.
because there's one question that was directed to me. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for participating in our program and going back to do something in your community. And like I said, I believe in partnership. Anybody who has reached out to me for partnership, I'm very much open. And let's talk. I just want to say, let's talk. I'm all for women empowerment, girl empowerment. A lot of the programs that I do is to help women as well. So let's talk.
Thank you. For any new organization or even existing ones, governance is very important. So it's good to be a sole proprietor, but if it's a limited liability company, try and get first a partner, try and get a small board of 2 or 3 people. Maybe it shouldn't be even in number, maybe odd number, but not very big, because if it becomes too big, decision making become a problem. But you are the visionary, you have the idea, but get 2 other people and say, this is my board. Even if you are the board chair, this is my board of my company. These are the things you want to do. So you can communicate clearly, even on your website or anything. Anybody can actually see the company and identify that, okay, this company is actually a structured one. I tell you, when I came back to Ghana in 2017 and I started the Institute of ICT Professionals, I went looking for people to support. So I approached some of my seniors, and they came on board as board members. They didn't charge a fee. Some stayed for more than 5-6 years. But it gives credibility to what you are doing, So don't feel like, approach anybody you think can support you. And if you're a startup, most people will not ask for anything. They are happy to support. They are happy to open some doors for you. So get that governance going, so you are not running alone. You also have some champions that will maybe open some doors for you. And I think that is very, very important. Governance will help.
Okay, hope your question is answered. Let me come.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I want to talk about the gentleman's question that has to do with how can they get access to information from the HAPS network in terms of programming and opportunities. So for those who are already members, we have a comms unit that periodically sends out information in terms of what we are currently working on for programs. For those who are here who want to become members, you have to go through a process. We first have to do some amount of due diligence on you and get you to commit yourself to paying our annual dues. Then you can now be open to take the opportunities of getting access to informations and programs. So if you are here as a new hub with an idea to join, please see me after this particular program. We can take the discussion forward from here. Thank you very much.
Right. I think during the panel discussion, I heard David talking about the act or the legislation. I think this has been back and forth, let's say, for the past 3-4 years now. So we want to know at what stage, or are we nearing the passage? Because we've not heard of anything being sent to Parliament. I remember in the year 2023, we had a meeting with the then NEIP. Most of us were pushing for this thing to be sent to Parliament at the time. They promised us, they will make sure that it will be sent before, the 2024 elections and all those things. So I believe this thing gives us some form of credibility or weight if we have an act of Parliament really backing the activities of HAPS in Ghana. As they were discussing, they were all saying that in the advanced countries, we have those HAPS and all this. I believe they are being supported by legislation. So please, how far are we near, or we are so far? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take the second question, then you respond.
So I think that my name is Yao Ando Bensa. I'm with Social Entrepreneurship Hub Takrady. My question has to do with taking advantage of AI. We see that most of the programs that are being rolled out by MEST, I don't know the age categorization for Florence's programs, but we realize that there is always a cut-off point at 35. And I feel that it's a very, very big challenge. And for us as hubs, we don't also see any offering in that regard to train the hubs, to resource them, to be able to move the people to take advantage from just the use to creation so that we can create value out of it. So what programs are being taught of, or what programs can be, produced for us, the hubs, sort of like a training of trainers programs to the use of the AI, so that we can go back and be able to impact our members with such knowledge. Thank you.
Should I?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take the first one. I'll take the first one. So I know a lot of work has been done. The first bill before the new government came in, really well done. I understand the minister is reviewing, and we've actually been invited to actually put in some input again to ensure that the employment part of the startup and innovation bill is well catered for. Because we need to make sure that startups have some channel through which they can get the jobs, or companies that can actually invest into what they are doing to make them grow. That is where BOSA came in. And we met the team drafting it. We've had a couple of meetings already. My understanding is that this will be laid before the end of the year in Parliament. So that's the understanding I have. Thank you.
And we pray for it this year as well. Just to answer your question, I recently also am now no longer eligible for any of the MESS programs because I turned 35 also. But yeah, it's a great question. But I think from a program design perspective, right, I think we're forced to have an age categorization, ideally because we are trying to give that opportunity to someone who is worthy of that opportunity or someone who's in need of it, right? In general, I think expecting a person to be steady or stable at the age of 35, I think is the norm, right? But that being said, given that there's a new wave of learning and digitization with AI and stuff, that's a fair point. Maybe we should probably see if we can reconsider it. I will speak to the higher authorities in my organization as well to come back on it. But to answer your question regarding AI, I think it's high time, I think even the hub start looking at AI very closely. We've been following the trajectory now for almost 2+ years. That's why we even rechanged our core flagship program now into an AI program. And also we're starting to find that, and this is more for the hubs, you're easily able to get AI credits this time around than getting AWS credits. Okay, like AI credits right now, if you go and apply for Perplexity or for OpenAI. Perplexity today, if you as a hub apply, they give 100 of your participants free AI access for a year. Right, that's more valuable than anything. Like a person who is just a little digitally savvy can now write end-to-end code projects, right? So I think that's where the future is going. I also think AI is becoming the focus because it equips an individual to go from 0 to 1. And I think that's very crucial in places such as Africa and in Asia. Because often or not, we have other challenges such as, knowing, like having the relationships or figuring out what is required to motivate the person to give you the contract and stuff like that. But now at least being able to stand on your own and go from 0 to 1, I think is very exciting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Muniru, thank you so much for the shout out. So I'll also use the opportunity to give a shout out to Mr. Sumaila of Nodding Hub. They have been so supportive. And to the panelists, you've really spoken a lot and you've talked about structures, partnerships, funding. And I wanted to find out, Mr. David mentioned that Africa is booming, the ecosystem in Africa is booming. Young people are leading, they are innovating from the margins. And looking at the current funding models or support models that exist, they are full of, should I say, bureaucracy. They have stricter guidelines. Young people, in as much as we have all the energy passion, we need support, resources, we need allies. But I want to find out, what are we doing currently? What efforts are being made to redesign funding models or support models to ensure that they reflect the contextual realities of young people, especially those leading at the grassroots level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is one of them. What we are doing today is one of them. Because first, you have to mobilize, you have to develop a plan, you have to share that plan with people and convince them to buy into that plan, and then you execute. So, as mentioned earlier on, we're not having very strong associations that will lead and ensure that the things that you need to be done are factored in when we get into the boardroom to have discussions with funders. So it's important, and I'm happy you are here. I'm happy a lot of people from Takoradi, from Tamale, so many people are coming from all over the country, which is really good. And this kind of summit and conference should be done, should be rotated from one region to the other to ensure that the people in the other regions also have a feel of, this kind of engagement. So it's very, very important. The next thing that is important is that data collection and analyzing of this data. So the leadership of Ghana Hub Network, you need to really engage the members, collect the data, get their pain points, so that can be channeled into some of the policy directions that you want the implementation of the Startup and Innovation Act and all these things should go into, right? So people will not throw money if they don't see structure. It's very, very important. That is why we don't just get anybody on the street and give them money. Okay, can you keep this money for me? No, we don't do that. Do we do that? No, we will go to a bank, and even the banks, we want to see whether this bank, is it really a proper one or a good one? So people will not just throw money. It's a structure that comes first, and then, you make a case. You always have to make a case. So it's not given. It's not like, okay, because we have a lot of young people, so people just throw money because they want to help us. No. They will always need that structure, and leadership is important. Mobilizing the people in the ecosystem, having a clear plan and impact. Plan and impact. What we want to achieve and what type of results are we expecting. And those who have been, fortunate to get some grants, impact is important, right? They want to see, and sustainability. Sustainability basically is, without this money that we are giving you today, how are you going to operate beyond the funding period? And those are some of the things that we need to do. So please support the Hub Network, support the leadership, and give them input so that they can give you the right direction. Thank you.
Okay. Are you to respond? Please, that is fine. Last question. Who else has a question? No question. Then let's take a remark from this gentleman. Kindly, it is time for you to give your remark or contribution. Hello.
Thank you. My name is Mark. I work with Dada Foundation and Ogwa Innovation Hub at the same time. There is a growing trend that is a bit worrying. So I think Ghana Hubs Network should help so that we get it sorted. The banks are now running their own programs, startup programs, even in various areas, but they are ignoring the hubs. But when they do these programs and they leave, the startups and the businesses that they leave there, is the hubs that are going to support them. So it's important if you get them into the conversation so that they work with the hubs, and the hubs can also get something to help keep them running. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your recommendation. At this point, we would have to climax for this session. Photographers, please kindly take some beautiful pictures of them. Then we wrap up for the panel discussion. Yes, photographers, it is time for you to give us some beautiful pictures. And throughout their discussion, one thing that you could realize kept flowing through all the individuals or panelists was the essence of collaboration and partnership when it comes to this particular ecosystem. Irrespective of the level you have gotten to, either a small or big hub, partnership is essential. Human resource is also very much essential. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. At this point, we would move to a different segment, but before then, let us hear from you. What stood out for you during the discussion? What stood out for you during the discussion? If you would love to share, or I just come to any table that I think I want to listen to somebody speak. I'm coming to this table. What stood out for you?
I think what I really liked was the collaboration aspect and not wanting to do everything alone and working with other hubs to achieve bigger attention and to be able to have more access to funds to achieve bigger things, and also the use of AI to be able to improve upon what the other hubs are doing and learning also from what other hubs intend to achieve.
Okay, thank you very much. Collaboration, that is splendid. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we would have to hear from our guest speaker who would be doing this. He is in the person of Mr. Emmanuel Mumuni, and they have been a strong pillar of supporting the Ghana Hubs Network since its inception somewhere in 2017. They have held strongly to us. Mr. Mumuni, it is time for us to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show him some love as he takes over from me. Beautiful. Thank you.
It's still morning, so good morning to you all, and a pleasure to be here. Each time I attend the annual gatherings, I always feel, motivated because I can feel the energy in the room, I can feel innovation in the room, and I can also see the progress that we've achieved over the years. From the very early annual gatherings to now, if you were in all those gatherings, you can see the progression then in numbers, but also in quality as well. And we as GIZ is always happy to support. Maybe those of you who don't know much about GIZ, we are a German organization, mostly commissioned by the German government to implement projects across the world. And Ghana happens to be one of our major partner countries. And we are working in many, many sectors, in energy, in governance, but also in sustainable economic development. And we do think that digital transformation and innovation is a huge, huge driver when it comes to sustainable economic development. So you can talk about creating jobs, you can talk about improving employment conditions, but also affecting the macroeconomic fortunes of the country. So since 2015, I think this has been the request from government that we focus a lot on that. And digital transformation has become one of the key areas that we've been working on. And I'm always happy to state that we've been part of Ghana Hubs Network right from the beginning. This very big and noble vision of bringing hubs together. I mean, a couple of years ago, hubs wasn't a mainstream topic. Now I hear governments talk and they say, we want to use innovation hubs to support A, B, C, and D. It's already progress on our side as well, and we're very happy about that. And there's always a question that comes to us as GIZ, why do you continue to support hubs? Why do you continue to support the Ghana Hubs Network? Receiving from hubs. I was watching City FM a couple of weeks ago, and there was a statement that was made that it's very hard for you to find any SME or very few SMEs in Ghana haven't benefited from hubs across the country. So it's very hard for you to find any SME who hasn't interfaced at one level or another with a hub, whether in terms of training or capacity building or funding or getting networks and mentoring. All of these things are provided by hubs. And I think it's just a great way to integrate into our development as a country. We as GIZ, we see the Ghana Hubs Network as a way to really push forward policy discussions. There are lots of sectors that you have these huge associations that are championing policy discussions. And I think we are missing that central organization when it comes to innovation hub, innovation as a topic or digital transformation, and the Hubs Network is in pole position to be that organization that really drives the conversation. I think the panel mentioned the Ghana Startup and Innovation Bill. Yeah, I will tell you, we're in a bus in 2019, traveling around the country on the 25 days of WOW, gathering information that fed into what we now have as the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill. And we're hoping that that would be passed soon. But it's one of the things that we feel that the Hubs Network could really push. Beyond this bill, there are so many topics. If you listen to news now, there's talk of cyber crime, cyber security, and it affects digital transformation. There's already an aversion towards technology. And if you add cybersecurity, people would, disconnect themselves from digital transformation. So it's really important that we as Hubs see the need for us to fertilize the ecosystem, because we all benefit from that ecosystem. And if there's one wish that I would want us to really dive into in this engagement, it would be, like the panel said, partnership, partnership, partnership. How do we work together? Question should always be, what can we build together as a network? And we as development organizations, it's easy for us to work with bundles. It's easy for us to work with bigger associations as opposed to the micro organizations. So the Hubs Network affords you the opportunity to be together, to bundle, and to propose bigger activities to various development organizations, and to ensure that there's alignment across the ecosystem and that we don't have different hubs speaking a different language as well. We are also very big about institutional development. If you know anything about GIZ, we are very serious about processes and how to get those processes moving. And I think it's the same for all development organizations and funders as well. And I think the panel also touched on how important it is to build your internal capacity, because you train other hubs, you train other entrepreneurs, and your house needs to be in place before you go out there to reach out to other people. So the institutional capacity building, and the leadership is doing a great job already, but they can't really reach the other side of the line if everybody is not contributing and really driving this car that we want to move forward. So it will be one of the things that I calmly demand from all of you to see how you can help the network. The network is not only about the board, but every single hub as a member is an integral part of its success. And like I said at the beginning, we have been part of the Hubs Network from inception, and we are so deeply invested in the organization that we can't run away from Yao and the team. We are always with you, and we would find one way or the other to continue to support. And the vision is really big. The vision is huge, and Yao is pushing so much. And I just want to appreciate Yao and his team, the board, for driving things so lovely. So thank you so much for inviting us. I'm also here with my GIZ colleague, my boss, David Robert, and my new colleague, Linda here. We have Roberta at the back, and Shira, and all the other GIZ colleagues, Walter as well. And we're here to engage with you to see what is possible. We have so many different programs that we can discuss. So engage with us, visit our booths, and let's connect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. We can do better. Let's give them the Rainfall Club. Do you recall? The Rainfall Club. Do we recall? So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's start. It's not heavy enough. Let's keep clapping. Thank you very much, Mr. Mumuni and team from GIZ. We do appreciate. And we'll also be hearing from Mr. Christian Alofa, who happens to be the Senior Programs Officer at the Ministry of Youth Development and Employment. He would share a word or two with us. Let's show him some love as he takes over from me.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, my name is Christian Alofa Agbesi from the newly created Ministry of Youth and Development, Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Actually, formally, the Ministry of Youth has been, amalgamated with that of Youth and Sports. But through advocacy and then press on the government, they saw that there is the need to develop the youth, because whenever budget is being allocated to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I think 80% has been given to sports, especially football, and then youth development is just lagging behind. So they thought it wise to create this ministry to empower and then develop the youth. So since the creation of the ministry this year, January, and it started operation in February, a whole lot of programs have been rolled out, which will give a value leading position to the youth. And then I can talk about one or two of them, which are currently in operation. Taking, for instance, the Ejumara program. This program was launched at Prempeh Hall in Kumasi on Monday, 28th April 2025, by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. In fact, this program seeks to create, guide, and then support at least 10,000 businesses annually, targeting young people aged 18 to 35. The program is designed to provide complete support to young entrepreneurs, including skills training, mentorship, and access to startup capital and equipment. And with this initiative, Ebullient youth would have decent jobs to contribute to the country's economic growth and then the national development agenda. And on another note, the government plan of rolling another program again in support of that, which is the National Apprenticeship Program, to offer free technical and then vocational training to further support the youth. Because these days, there are, when I want to say it, I may say, we have over 100 universities producing over 200,000 graduates every year. And in fact, after service, out of those graduates that have been provided or this in produce, only 5% of them are being employed. And then the biggest of all this employed in this country is the public sector. But when you look at the public sector, it can only, as at now, employed only 600,000 people, and there are some people in the system already. So the government thought it wise that people are having skills, so their potential needs to be developed. That is why he is trying to roll out this program. And there are a whole lot of exchange programs too in the line. Taking, for instance, a European Union has brought a program called the Erasmus Plus Scholarship Program. This program will offer an opportunity to especially graduate youths, those that are doing national service or they finish their national service, to apply for a scholarship, and then they will go out to a country of their choice that they will do masters, 2 at a time, 1 in this country and then 1 in another country. And then whenever you are interested and then you have a strong thesis, you could be given an avenue to go and do PhD and come back and then establish in this country to help the government. And there is a policy about employment policy that they brought on board that employers, not necessarily the private sector, their programs supposed to be rolled out to meet the demands of the emerging graduates, and then their welfare too is needed. So there are a whole lot of programs in place. This is only the few ones that I can talk about. Thank you.
Okay, please let's show him some love as he walks back to his seat. You may. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Christian. We appreciate your insights with regards to the Ministry of Youth Development and Employment. I see some of us are already famished and we would like to take in something. So we would just majestically walk behind and take our snacks. We would go for our snacks. I don't know if we could go in sessions. A table go, then the other follows. Kindly, can we come around? Okay. Please, we are going to start going for our snacks. So, in no particular order, let's kindly go for our snacks. Let's kindly go for our snacks. Each table is at liberty. You can start moving for your snacks. As we go for our snacks, we'll be listening to some cool music from our DJ. Once we are done, we engage in our fireside chat. Okay. I guess some of us are not hungry. Some of us ate banku before coming. Some people don't want the snacks. They ate banku and fufu. Those of us that took tea, it is time for us to get back some energy. As we do that, it is also an opportunity for us to connect, get in touch with a couple of individuals. Should you want to use the washroom, once you leave this premises, just the back door. You can use the back door. You walk straight to your right, then you turn left. The washroom is just there. Move right and turn left. You would find the washroom.
body know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, go to them pooch. One my joke, ijo, ijo, what you want, my jojo? Ijo, when you my jojo, and if you know be kalala, go to them pooch. Odupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only early in the morning. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only early in the morning. Up and never, do what you wanna do. I want to be shining one day. Yeah. Do me dirty, do me tender. I want to look for the world. I want to look for the world. Yeah, it's in a me, take it easy. Catch this on cruise with my cheese. You spoke one for days. Come on for the body, know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, go to them Fuji. One man joke, ijo, what you want, my jojo? Ijo, when you my jojo, and if you know be kalala, go to them Fuji. Odupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only early in the morning. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, only early in the morning.
But I no cry. 10 years burial, but I no die. Take what's rightfully mine. Take what's rightfully mine. But that aside, you don't know me, you for Google. I say this head bigger than your duku. Stubborn Academy, we like to shoot too. One bullet, I say chale, it go make you poo poo. On a bicycle, so take your trailer. And I'll be famous like Mali and the Whalers. I know they kiss us, fuck all your favors. Nobody bigger than God, Jehovah. You know go fi show me nothing. Bring horse, I go bring my tortoise. On God, me I promise. You go be the hour of the day. If you don't know, you for ask, stop rushing. This teeth, they see need brushing. On God, me I promise. You go be the hour of the day. 20 million years, you know fi stop me. I am the news and I'll make you keep talking. How many years you want to plot me? I'm like the air, you know if you catch me. This fucking beats me, I play 'em. Make I take fuck up some sellouts. Them be hungry things me, I say I take America, come fight me here now. So you know they see say people love me. You know see say I live in luxury. We know all of you, you'll be hungry for this industry. You know go fi show me nothing. Bring horse, I go bring my tortoise. On God, me I promise. You go be the hour of the day. If you don't know, you for ask, stop rushing. This teeth, they see need brushing.
Asase, Courage Komla Asase. If you're in the building, kindly mount to the stage and walk us through and introduce the respective stakeholders that will be walking us through the fireside chat. Mr. Courage Komla Asase. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show him some love. Let's show him some love as he mounts to the stage. He will be giving us an overview about what we'll be discussing.
All right, thank you very much, Madam MC. So we've come to a very important part of today's programming, and we are coming to have a fireside chat. I know that for most of us who are hub owners in this room, one key challenge that we face is the issue of financing. We need money to recruit the best of staff. We need money to keep our hubs running for utility. We need money to even meet regulatory requirements. We need money for virtually everything that we run as individual hubs. Even at the network level, we need money to be able to run the association. There are two very key important people in the value chain for startup financing. Number one, we have the startups themselves, who are vehicles of businesses that are supposed to get money to be able to implement their ideas. Number two, we have the innovation hubs, the hubs that actually incubate and accelerate the startups. Now, we have two very important personalities who are in this room to do justice to this particular fire chat conversation. Please help me with a round of applause. Welcome Madam Justina Mensah from Impact Investing Ghana. Please, let's give it up for her. You can do better. Madam Justina actually is the lead program manager for the Deal Source Africa in Ghana and Nigeria under Impact Investing Ghana. Please, a round of applause for her once again. She would be speaking more from the perspective of financing for startups. The next speaker is one of our own from our ecosystem. We have the founder and CEO of Hyperspace in Kumasi. Let's welcome Mr. Gideon Brefo. Mr. Gideon will be speaking from the component of startups. How do we find money to run an effective innovation hub? So we are combining these two important conversations, financing for startups and innovation hubs. I hope that these two wonderful personalities will be able to do justice to this topic. Please, let's give it up for them once again as they sit to begin the conversation.
Okay. Fireside chat that we are facing, we are not facing the fire. It's an interesting one, but it's good that the technical people were able to put fire behind us.
And it's very cold.
Yes.
I can't feel the fire at all.
All right, so good afternoon to everybody. As you can see, this is going to be very informal. There's no script. So just a conversation around how startups who are struggling can find money and other resources to support what they are doing. And I like the thing that was said in the morning, that the hubs are training the startups to find money. Are they also building the capacity to find money? So that's an interesting thing that I think we need to look into. So let me give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to our audience.
Thank you so much. My name is Justina. I work with Impact Investing Ghana. And for those of us that don't know, Impact Investing Ghana, we don't give money. So we are not investors. We are ecosystem builders. Our goal is to drive impact investing in Ghana and West Africa. We are part of a global body called the GSG Global, which has over 40 countries. And we are part of an African body that has about 6 countries. So Impact Investing Nigeria, Impact Investing Kenya, South Africa, Namibia. And the work I do involves connecting businesses across Africa to funding. So I think, as Gideon said, I don't know if there is a startup here that has ever raised funding before. If you're a startup in the room and you've ever raised funding, even if it is a CD, can I see your hand?
I saw a couple of them around.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, yeah. I think they'll help us with the conversation.
All right, so everybody is invited. This time, we'll not wait until the end of the fire chat to invite people to talk. If you have something saying, you just raise up your hand. We'll pull you to
We'll just
close
give
to
it
the
to you
fire
to
and then
take
you
over.
talk. So my name is Gideon Brefo. I think that I know everybody here. So I know you should also know me. So no further talks about me. Let's proceed. I saw some jaws dropping and eyes rolling when you said that you don't give money. I'm sure they were asking, why are you even here?
I mean, we want money, you're talking about words.
Yes, but you mentioned that you are driving impact investing. So now let me ask you, what are the major challenges you see in the Ghanaian ecosystem, as we always say it, making it difficult for startups to raise funds?
Thank you. Maybe someone is wondering what impact investing is.
Okay.
I remember someone gave me a very good definition. This was someone from the Spanish board. So usually the organization I belong to works in such a way that private entities, governments, and people in the development finance space form an advisory board that would drive these discussions. And I asked the lady, they wanted to invest in some businesses in Ghana. And I took them around and I asked her that, what is impact investing in her understanding? And she said that, well, when I was young, whenever white people come to Ghana, they would go to the orphanages and then they would give money, they would give food, they would give dolls. And she said, Justina, what happens with that is that along the way, nothing changes about their life. It's just the moment that you gave them something to take in. But if I invest in a business that is sourcing from the north, from that woman who is a widow, from that woman who probably is struggling to take care of her child, what that means is that she earns income and then her children are able to go to school and there's a rippling effect. Now to your question, in my line of work, the greatest challenge I see is startups not being ready.
And if you say ready, I think everybody is ready to receive money, isn't it? So what kind of readiness are you talking about?
I think the first panel said something.
Okay.
That we don't just give money to anybody. Trust me, Gideon. If I tell you to give me 1,000 cedis, or you want to keep 1,000 cedis, you will not see someone randomly on the street and give the person 1,000 cedis. We said that earlier. So by ready, there are startups that say, I want funding, but do not even know what they want the funding for. There are startups that say, I need money, but cannot tell what that money would yield in the next couple of years or months, and they are fundraising.
They only know they need money.
They only know they need money.
Okay.
And if you are speaking to any funder, no matter the level, for me, when you approach me, the first thing I ask you is, are you sure you need money?
And what has been some of the answers you've received so far?
Everybody says yes. Until you start to probe further and you realize that at that particular point, they are better off probably building their momentum and not going for money there and then. At least not in the volumes they are mentioning. So you can meet a startup that is doing less than $10,000 and tells you that I want to raise $1 million. I want to raise $500,000.
And their bank account cannot even contain that 1 million.
Yes, the math doesn't add up.
It doesn't math.
Yes, it doesn't math. I like that.
All right. So you've spoken about they not being ready. So how did they become ready?
They can become ready by learning. I think that's why we have a lot of hubs here. There is a particular kind of level of training that I know we have accelerators, we have hubs, we have incubators. Each one has something they do. I know that as part of our work, we're trying to bring a definition of what all these are in the ecosystem. You can learn by making time, but don't neglect your business. So there are two types of startups. The startups that are running around looking for knowledge and have ignored their business. So they have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but their business is struggling. And there are those that they are so buried in their business, but there is a disconnect between the funding world. I will give you a resource. So as part of my program, we have a platform called DealSource Africa. where we have videos of what it means to engage an impact fund. Free videos, Gideon. I meet startups, I tell them, go and watch these videos. We have a template of how to put together a pitch deck. And we even have a resource where if we see you have the potential, we connect you to a transaction advisor who will work with you for 3 months, advise you how to engage VCs, PEs for free. Startups will say, yes, I will join, and they will never show up.
What do you think is the problem?
I think the fact that it's free.
Okay, now there are startups here. You can tell us.
I think
what
some
is
people
the
will
problem?
beat me. Please, when I'm going, nobody will see me. If you don't see me,
you will
I'll
vanish
just
from
disappear.
here. Don't
Yes,
worry.
I'll vanish.
Is there anyone that wants to contribute? What's the main challenge? Why do startups find it difficult to consult these available resources, free resources?
All right, thank you. So I'm Desmond from Genius IT in Ho, Volta region. I think it may not necessarily be about it being free, but I think many of the young people who want to start initiatives of such nature are chasing the ambience, the beauty around it. But when you realize the work you have to do, you may not be really prepared for it. Like, why should I have to go and watch so many videos just to talk to one person who may not even give me the fund? Because of that, I have to go and sit in a training for 6 months, 3 months, just to do something. So I prefer to just
get the money and go away.
Talking about the vision and look good before everybody, but actually nothing is happening, So I think it's because of the work that goes into it, which we may not be ready to do for us to get the result that we want to get. Yeah.
Right, thank you for sharing that.
If I can just make a comment. So what he said is so true. So there are multiple factors. The thing is that a lot of startups are not ready to put in the work. Trust me, when I transitioned it's a lot of work. So if you want to do the business, get your hands dirty. So just to support what he said, yeah.
Right, thank you very much. Was there somebody else that wanted to contribute? Okay, let's proceed. So you mentioned you were talking about the challenges, and you mentioned one. Are there others that you wanted to talk about?
So I think our brother hit the nail spot on what he said. The other bit about getting ready is that sometimes for those that are not free, it's a little expensive. So there are different levels of startups. There are those that have been bootstrapping for a while, have probably hit some traction, have started engaging an investor, and the investor is asking for certain documentation. Sometimes it could be something very little, maybe evaluation, something. And sometimes they don't have the ability to develop these documents. Unfortunately, in the markets, some of the people rendering that service are very pricey. So if you're a startup and someone tells you, I'll charge you about $2,000 or $3,000 to give you such a document, trust me, if you had that money, you put it into your business. Another thing is that startups are usually not patient. Gideon, you would not meet a woman in this room and just tell her, let's go and get married, and she will say yes.
Who agree?
I mean, it only happens in Vegas when people are really drunk and they meet people. I mean, most of them end up divorced. So funding is a relationship. Now, in the life cycle of a startup, the first group of people that would want to invest are friends, family, and fools. We usually use the term fools because these are people that are taking a very risky decision. So if you want funding that will grow over time after the cycle of friends, family, and fools, in some cases, it could take 6 months to a year or over a year.
With engagement.
With engagements. With go and do this, go and fix this, go and do this. Especially, so I don't want to go ahead of you, but especially if you're engaging certain level of funders, it takes a while. And a lot of startups that I meet, one startup said, I don't want to even, it's okay. I don't want to talk to anybody again. I'm upset. I mean, so if you don't have the patience for the grind, you might not close funding.
Yeah, that's very true. And I think that in terms of funding for the hubs,
I was about to ask you that. How different is it from the startup world as a hub?
It comes with its own complications. You know, somebody was asking a hub to give them their business model canvas as a template for him to do his own. And the hub did not have one. So the situation where you keep giving and you are not building yourself up. So that could also be a situation for the hubs. I think that the first panel almost talked about everything why sometimes funding is difficult for the hubs. So our documentation can even be a problem. And if you are engaging any of the development partners who come to you, they come for this audit and all that. And if your policies are not there, then you are not compliant.
But why is that the situation? Because I was thinking that as a hub that is training a business to do the right thing, you will be doing the right thing yourself. Because, I mean, you are telling the business to register, to do this, to do that. I don't know, there's a disconnect.
Principally, it should be the case. But it doesn't always become the case. You know, the thing is that sometimes you think you are following passion to do certain things, and you don't consider the other nuances that come along with it. Okay, and that's also keeping your records, your policies, and everything straight. So in most instances, people then have to rush to put together something on paper to showcase. So hubs that are ready to take any funding opportunity that come are those that also prepare. And so they put their house in order. So they build systems, actually. And, you know, it helps us if we build the systems. Because mostly in Ghana and other parts of Africa, it's an individual or maybe just one or two people coming together to form a hub. And remember that because they are the lead, they carry the vision. They understand everything. If they don't put systems in place, then when they are not available, things don't run. And that's why sometimes when you even give them the money, operationally, they might execute a very good project, but you realize that the records, they don't add up. Yeah. So then they risk not having further funding. Okay.
But how have you been able to make it as Hyperspace? Because I know at a point in my entrepreneurial journey, I was in Kumasi Hyperspace. I worked with Albert.
Yeah.
And you guys have some very good structures. How did you guys do it?
Yes. So first of all, we learned through practice, and we also brought in mentors that helped us to put things in shape. I remember days where we need to even put in our own money to travel to Germany, to UK and the rest, to talk to others that we feel were doing well. And then they helped us that, okay, even your financial policy, I remember one time somebody picked our financial policy and reviewed it. And they're like, did you write this yourself or you just copied it from online? Because some of the clauses that we had put in, definitely if an auditor had come in, the auditor is going to use those clauses against us and wouldn't have. So we need to understand all these things, that if auditors come in, they are going to use your own financial policy to judge the records you are keeping. But if you don't know and you are just going online, now you can even ask AI to write something for you. And it might write something that...
You are in trouble.
Yeah, it writes something that does not even apply in Ghana, right? It doesn't align with the legal frameworks here. So for the hubs, we also need to learn all these things, okay? Understanding that, you know, sometimes if you have not had any issue with your staff, you may not appreciate the fact that you need a very robust HR policy, because that's going to shield you when things go southward. But when everything is going well, you feel, I'm okay. Sometimes we don't even have proper contracts with the staff that we are working with.
So did you engage professionals to put these things in place?
Yes.
You paid for it?
We paid for it because we knew that the benefits were going to be twofold. It wasn't only training to build Hyperspace up, but we are also going to in turn use that same skill set to train our startups and support them to build up. Hubs should be ready and willing to engage the right resource personnel that will help them to put all these things together. And I think that at a point we also got an opportunity with Enable that gave us 2 years resources where they added mentors from Netherlands that actually came down, picked all our documents, went through them, streamlined them for us.
Does the funding, or in your journey as a hub owner, has the funding that you've received in any way determined the kind of programs that you wanted to run? And were there any times that you felt there was a clash internally that I don't want to run this, but because I have this money, I have to run this program?
I think this is an ongoing discussion among the hubs, where we say that do hubs actually follow their mission and vision? Because today you see somebody doing a project in recycling, the next moment the person is doing something for women in tech and all that. So yeah, that happens. There are times that we need to go along with what comes along with the funding we are receiving. But what we determined to do, I think from 2021, is that if a funding is coming with a certain direction that does not align with our values, even though it's difficult, we will say no.
I like that.
And we've done that on 2 occasions where the person leading the project from the funding agency comes back and like, why are you saying no? And we give our reasons that the direction, it won't work for our target group. And then they're like, okay, this is the scope of what we want to do. Write a proposal that aligns with both parties, and let's see. And it came through.
So you co-create?
We co-created that. So I think that it's also the issue of, will the hub have the courage to say no to something that they feel will not work? Or they will go with the survivor mode. They switch into the survivor mode. Anyways, I mean, we need to keep our machines running.
Or die be die.
Or die be die. Do something and then get some records, tick the boxes, and then you go. But I think that we've gotten to the stage where we should think about ecosystem. We have a reason why we set up. And 5 years, 10 years down the line, when newer people ask us, why did you set up? And what has been the result or impact of what you have achieved? We should be able to say yes. Or if we need to change direction, there should be a very good reason why we are changing direction. Other than that, it may look like we just set up to attract some funding, we chop it, and we are done.
In fact, I have seen that being done a lot. In the line of my work, for instance, because we are non-profit, there are times you get development finance organizations come forward and say, we want to give you this kind of money. And as ecosystem builders, we tell them this will not work for Ghana. If you are not willing to align with what will work for Ghana, go and look for someone else. We are happy, we still love you, but this marriage won't work. And as you're saying, it takes some courage and some grit. Courage, go yo, are you there? Yeah, it takes courage and some grit to do that. But I think hubs are not too different from regular businesses, because I think you are all startups. For us, or for startups, some of the funding or early stage that you can look at are angel investors. I've had the privilege of leading the Ghana Angel Investor Network under the work I do. And I want to put in a caveat. I like the way you rolled your eyes. You see, African angels are different from European angels or
Do
the
we have
angels.
some-
See, I knew this would bring out a lot of things. You see, let me give you the differences.
Okay.
European angels do not mind putting their names out there.
They were white, the European angels.
No, so okay, so maybe someone is wondering who is an angel. So you know, typically all funding institutions mostly will take money from an institution, a body, an organization, and they'll invest. An angel would invest their money, their own money. And you know, Africa, we have this culture, especially Ghana. And I noticed with my work with the Africa Business Angel Network that it's not just Ghana. In other countries, a lot of angels don't want to be known. You know, black tax. In our jurisdiction, when we say black tax, Chale, your one family member is dead, you know. So nobody wants to put themselves out there. People are running away from taxes. People don't want people knocking on their doors to buy cocoa. So the angels I work with want to be anonymous.
So how do we find them? Because we need to know them, isn't it?
Come and talk to me.
Okay, so now
That is
she's the
if you
gateway.
find me. Well, I'm not really the gateway.
So knock at her door.
I'm like
and you find the angels.
I'm like
The
a small
conduits.
doorknob. Like I'm not the so someone will have to turn the
No,
doorknob.
no.
But my whole point is there are angels in Ghana. I know an angel who last year did about 3 investments. Some of them don't even invest just in Ghana. The challenge that is affecting startups is that because a startup, so most angels will not invest in a sector they don't understand.
Yeah.
There are angels that are running family offices, so they have someone who is running all that on their behalf. But if you are like me, and trust me, some of us here can be angels.
Who is an angel here? You
are-
have some money lying in the bank. It's been there at the bank for 2 years. The interest rate giving you is 2% per annum. Can put it in me.
So you see,
you are an angel.
you're
eh?
an angel. Okay. So you see, everybody is scared to give out their money because it's hard earned. An angel told me that Justina in Europe, some angels are, you know, there are lots of tech people outside that are making millions of dollars. Someone is 30, 20, is relaxing, sipping something on the beach, still working on their PC and is investing. He says, Justina, I am almost 60. I am risk averse. So I will not throw my money about. It must make sense to me. So the way nobody wants to raise their hand, if you are here and you are going under the name Angel Investor.
Because I see 5 people here in the room right now
Who are
who
angels,
can
eh?
give like 200,000. So like I need 1 million. Each of them can give me
So
200,000 right now.
They are syndicated.
It wouldn't
to
hurt
invest.
them.
It won't hurt them. I like that. Oh God, take me there. It
So
won't
I think
hurt
that we
them.
can start doing that.
Yes.
To support our own ecosystem. But
Yeah.
then we'll be chasing somebody to give them 1 million. Whereas 5 of us can come together and give the person that.
But there
1
is a
million.
caveat.
Okay.
Research has shown that out of about 100 angel investments, usually it's about 10 that becomes unicorns. So the risk is high.
Okay.
It's high. And when imagine the angel that gave money to Uber. Uber started, their first investments was from an angel. We're the first funders. And as it grows, your value grows.
So the 10 can pay for
Yes.
your losses in 1,000 folds.
Ideally, too, an angel should come with network. So that's why an angel, maybe you are in the tech space, ideally you would want to invest in a tech business because you know what to say. You know how to tell them, no, don't do this. Direct them. And most angels are entrepreneurs that understand the space and can direct the people. But the typical Ghanaian business, I know a business who is doing so well. She had these natural teas, they were stuck over 1 year. They had not expired. I said, will you consider fund? I say, me na me yeah business. And I'm the one that made the business. I will not bring someone in to come and tell me what to do. Some, because I tell businesses that no matter how small your business is, get a lawyer friend. If you need to sign something, even a lawyer friend to just read the documents for you and tell you if there is something shady. Because some businesses too have gotten their fingers burnt.
Are there some lawyers in our ecosystem? There are. I think we need to make them known. Because there should be lawyers dedicated to entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Who are supporting
And
them.
please don't charge outrageously.
Even free is fine.
We beg you.
Family lawyers.
Yes. So, I don't know, Gideon, but how would you advise a startup here? I think one of our brothers mentioned that he was even now starting. Who is looking at putting in the structures? The earlier panel said something, but take me through the process as though I'm a child. I don't know anything. Makes sense to me. Let it make sense to me.
Asamaba. So you see, the whole thing, like you have said, mostly it's just one person or two people who have come together. There have been situations where the two co-founders themselves, they are at each other's throats. Like things are not working between the two of them, and yet they want somebody to put their money into them. So like, okay, go and solve your internal wranglings and then come back. So I think that startups need to look at the makeup of their human resource if they actually want somebody to put money into the business that they are doing. And so do you even position yourself as somebody with the capacity to technically do what you claim to be doing? Because that's the first thing, right? Because if a funder will put his or her money into your business, the person wants to be sure that the products will be something that will be appreciated in the market. That's one. Then, do you have the capacity to also manage it as a business? Because it's entirely different having the capacity to build a solution and then also running it as a business. They are two different things. So you need to show the capacity to operationally manage the business. So that's where, first of all, your documentation. So, you know, the thing is that when you are even starting and you are not raising any money, right? You are not generating any revenue. You are putting in effort. And that can be costed. So many startups will come to you and say, okay, what is the value of your business right now? And they don't know. So if you're asking me for 1 million Ghana cedis, what is the percentage?
And the thing is that when startups do the valuation themselves, they tend to exaggerate.
Yes, because they want the situation where your 1 million that you are bringing is only 1% of what they have put in.
But if you do that, it will come back to bite you.
That's the whole thing. It's the problem. And so I think that's what the hubs do, helping them to understand the value of the evaluation they do. That if you are saying that I want, because you see they watch it in videos where people say, okay, I'm here and requesting for 50 million USD, and that is 15%. Yes. So they also just think about a percentage and then just mention it. Then, okay, if 1 million is just 10% of your business, then what is the value of your business? This is a simple math. But because they don't understand the value of what they are doing, they can't even tell you. Then they'll tell you that, oh, my business altogether is like 500,000. Meanwhile, you are saying that the 1 million is 10% of the business, but you are pegging your value at 500,000, which doesn't make sense. So if we don't understand these things, we cannot even pitch to a serious investor to understand. So that's one thing. And then we've talked about all the policies. I think the first panel did justice to that. Yeah. So you should have all those policies in place. And I like what you said, that the startups should also learn to work with the lawyers, because these are business and transactional documents. and the interpretation can be something else if people want to stretch it at court. And so you get somebody who understands the legal terms and then put it nicely in a very good frame. When even the lawyers want to charge, sometimes some of the startups have the money to pay, just that they feel everything should be free. I think that's one of the difficulties that the hubs face. Every support for startups must be free.
Well, if you're a startup and you come to me, I tell you that you can't keep asking for free things. No.
I think probably to some extent we have also spoiled them, because sometimes they come, it's free training, free lunch, and then you get TNT. So I don't know how we even call it. So I think that's also a major problem which spoils them. And so they want everything literally to be very free. So you see people that even grow out of the startup phase, and they need further support, maybe in the form of mentoring, coaching, and they still want it free.
Yeah.
So it becomes a problem. Yeah. So I think those are some of the problems that makes the startups fail at being able to raise funding. Yeah.
What I would say, I can't see our MC now, so maybe we can sneak a little time. But what I would say is that if you're a startup and you want to engage an investor, be transparent. For the past 2 days, I was with the Google Accelerator as a mentor, and one startup said, I'll tell you what you want to hear, blah, 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 blah. Funding grows with relationship, and it's a small ecosystem. Trust me, the funders in Ghana, each one knows the other. I know a business, female funded, was doing well. About 3 or 4 investors wanted to give her over $500,000. But she was lying. Said a particular piece of land was hers. They had done this, they had done this, they had done. And usually women don't lie. Am I lying? We don't lie. Women don't lie, please. And unfortunately for her, when they went to the site and they started digging, they noticed it and they didn't say anything. They pulled back. Then another fund called her because several funds were interested.
But this one lied. This woman
lied.
Oh.
And she was carrying the same story. She went to the IC, Investments Committee, and questions were coming up. And she said, oh, even this fund said they'll give me money. She didn't know they knew each other. After the meeting, they just had to place a call, and that was the end.
That's very sad.
So there was a story of a business that was about to receive a term sheet, and the lawyer had to do some work. And you know Ghana, we like to tip people. Hey, why have you left me? Now it's getting cold. Okay. A lawyer had to do some work, and the business reached out to them. And usually when you get to term sheet level, it's not a sealed deal, but it's close to getting sealed. And the guy reached out to the lawyer and said, can we tweak this? Can we tweak this? Can we tweak that? And the lawyer told the fund, and that was the end. So transparency is key. Can I get down now?
This question, I think, is to you.
Yeah, I think you can help because you might probably have some experience in it as well. I mean, I think listening to you in the conversation, we really appreciate the insight that you're giving on startup financing and what startups have to do. But I think my challenge really is when it comes to hubs and us being able to get financing for programs, financing to help us with working capital situations, financing to be able to on lend, or just to be able to provide private equity financing for the startups that come into our ecosystem. How do we as hubs, not necessarily get access to finance, but prep ourselves for that? Mr. Brefo has said we need to work on our governance, we need to work on our documentation, but outside of that, what can we start doing? Because like deer in the headlights, when you establish the hub and you just come across these challenges, you really are confused. And we need to be able to understand what is out there for hubs, what even if it's not out there, how can we, place ourselves in the best position to get it? The paperwork that we need to do, how to even network to even get there. Networking is an art, is a gift. It's something that you practice and you go and you do as time goes on. But what can we do? What little hints can you give us to be able to get to where we need to get to as hubs?
Gideon is the man to answer your question, but I think you should consider media. It's so nice listening to you talk.
Right.
So maybe you should pack the hub away and consider media. I'm just joking.
You have another skill to sell. Okay, so I think that one of the things that I've realized we need to do, it's all nice when we come to places like this, and the networking idea is to take complimentary cards, right? Yeah, the next day either you can't find it, or you even pick the complimentary card and you are looking into the ceiling. Who is this person? Is that tall man or the short man, the fair colored and the rest? You yourself, you are confused. So the moment you send an email, the person realizes that you're a confused person. You don't even know what you're talking about. What I realized, in Europe, they will try to have coffee with the person. Locally, they have a saying that the one that you eat from the same pot with is the one who is your brother. So once you have that connection with the person beyond this space, you're on top of the person's mind. She spoke about relationship. Maybe we can
not to
down.
cut you short. Kindly, we have 3 minutes more.
Hey, also hard.
Yes.
But we had even
We have
ended, though, but
given
we
you
couldn't
extra
find you.
time.
We couldn't find you, so
You
we
may
had
continue.
Okay. I will talk about trust. Because the person is giving you money. And at the core of it, an investor is a fool. At the core of it. Because they are giving you money and they are not sure how you are going to even use it and bring it back. It's just that the person is assessing you at certain levels and like, this is the person that might be able to be part of the 10% that will give me a very good ROI on this. And so we should find ways of deepening that connection. If that connection is deep, because remember that the one who has money to give out is also as confused and stressed as we are. We are stressed about finding the one to give us the money. They are also stressed about the best person to give the money to so that there can be returns for all of us. So beyond the networking, what I would say right now, because she's now pressuring us to walk out of here, is to find ways of building connection with those that have the money to give us. So look around. There are people with the money here. Please connect with them. They'll give you the money.
I think the room is warmer now. We've turned on the fire. So what I would just say is that if you're a startup and you're fundraising, please don't give up. Be patient. Keep going. Keep doing the work. And trust me, there are times the funding will find you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Oh, we didn't hear from our audience, just one or two. Then there's a hand over there, a quick one.
All right, so thanks for the opportunity once again. But I think the conversation that we just had is a very good one because financing is one of the issues that we are facing. But I think there is also another part of the conversation that we have to be very real about. Right now, if you try to mentor a young person who is going to start a business, you realize that you will face a lot of challenges to get the minds of these young people to be business-oriented and to do business right. Then here lies the case. Most of us who begin the hubs are also startups. We also don't have any experience in running a business. So you realize that most often the hubs are established as a means of making money to sustain ourselves before we now try to sustain a business. Then you also realize that there's one critical question: if a hub should be established by a for-profit making enterprise or a non-for-profit enterprise or business. And I ask this question because the normal thing to be done is a company that has enough funding and wants to support or give to society and start an NGO and use that as a structure to disburse their fund, not for profit. But then, if I am going to start an NGO money, then my aim is to go and find the money. So from the beginning, you look beggarly. You approach with the intention of getting money so that you can run your enterprise or your NGO and make money out of it. So the conversation now has to do around do it. Who should start some of these to make our effort easier? Because if I have a business running and I start an NGO part of that business, and part of my profit goes into running impact projects, then it means that my experience as a business person is naturally going to impact that hub, which would make it easier for the hub to even raise more funds. Because already you have what it takes to even do the job. You are doing the job. Now you need help to do more. But if we come in from the point of, let's say I've just completed university and I need something to do and I start a hub and I have to now go and raise money for the hub.
For how long have you been in the ecosystem?
Well, I'm now starting my hub, but I've been working for over 10 years now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the model is to start with paying client. So you start off, get people to pay for your services. You run a business, even if it's not for profit totally, but something of a social enterprise. When they are paying for the service, then you know how to run the business, you know how to run your accounts, you know the challenges you are facing, and then you can seek for support. And even with that, you have what it takes to convince someone of what you are doing. But that's not to say that what we are doing is wrong, but I'm just looking at the angle of the conversation where it becomes easier even for the Ghana Hubs network to work to raise more capital. Because right now, if you say that we should all pay an amount of money every year, from where? The money we don't have. But if I have a business running and I am trying to be part of a larger organization like the Ghana Hubs network, raising that money to pay every year is not a problem. We want to make impact, and the fund might be there, and that is why we are trying to even reach out to more people to help them out.
I think
so. That is what
I think you've answered most of the questions that you raised yourself. So, we have different models, right? And so have a model, a financing model. One of the things is writing proposals, going to development partners, trying to align with them and so forth. But that does not come easily, and it will not always come. So you gave a perfect answer that you should also have a business that is locally generating funds, which sustains you. So blend it. And if you want different hub models, there are gurus here, the grandpapas and fathers around. And that's one of the things you need to learn to do. Connect with them. Because you are entering into an ecosystem, and there are people who already have footing. You can even go to them like, you know what, I want to spend a week here with my staff to underlearn what you are doing. How have you been able to sustain it? There are things that we should learn to do. Sometimes we are not humble enough to learn from those who are making it. And we should be ready to do that. I remember in 2016, we brought the co-founder of iSpace, Fifi. He spent 1 week in Kumasi with us. Like this thing, no, this should be this one did that. They had a model that was working, but he told us that if we just bring that model to Kumasi, it won't work. But he suggested other ways that could make it work, and it helped us. So if you do that, it will be of help to you. All right.
Thank you. Okay. Please, can we appreciate them? Let's acknowledge them for walking us through this interesting conversation. I really enjoyed myself. I hope you did as well. Did you enjoy yourself? You did. What resonated so well with you? What statement did they make you found so profound? Who is willing to share? Okay, I see a hand there. And just to remind you, there are 2 sheets going on. One is for GIZ and the other is for Ghana Hubs Network. So kindly make sure to sign on both sheets for us. Thank you.
Yeah. Me now, I wanted to talk already, and you just closed the whole show. So I'll use this medium to say what I wanted to say. Anyway, I was very happy when she was, sorry, I'm Emmanuel Asante Okoto. I'm the CEO for Kumasi City Incubation Hub, the nicest hub in Kumasi, anytime you can pass through anyway. Yes, this issue is very important about our startups going to chase for money. And now I've begun some write-ups on LinkedIn. When you follow me on LinkedIn, Emmanuel Asante Okoto, the first one I wrote about why entrepreneurs struggle to get funds in Ghana. I didn't get much like. Then I decided to tap on their attitudes, which I want every hub to, I think, start training their startups on. It's our attitude that is not helping us. So I wrote another one. The caption was, money in the bank, dreams in the grave. I had like 1,006 impressions. Then I wrote, the current one was, build first, chase later. Why am I doing this write-up? I was not really writing, but the startups were showing attitude to me. We know they are startups and they don't have much funds, okay? I used to run a consult where they were paying for the services, but they couldn't afford. So we converted the whole thing to a hub. We should train our startups to be grateful. The attitude aspect is poor. We are dealing with people's money. People are going to invest in your business. And it's very sad that you train a startup and tell the startup, because you don't have money, you will pay me later on an agreement that maybe a portion of your funds you've received will be a service fee. And immediately they get the money, they are gone. And when you also charge them, they can't afford. That attitude is what they are sending around. You see them chasing for funds. When they get the money, they don't even use the money for what they intend to do. The same way, they don't even have books to record in. They can talk. Some of them are very good at speaking. But actually, there's nothing on the ground. So I think our mode of delivery or what we train them, if attitudinal change should be one. Because some of them, even their own brothers and sisters, wouldn't invest in their business. Because when they were children, when he takes money from his own brother, he doesn't pay. And that attitude, he has grown with that attitude, and his friends are even not loaning him money. But he's having an idea, but nobody is willing to fund. And the angel investors she's talking about, nobody will raise his or her money, and then a startup will tell you, I'm not making profit, but he'll be buying a car. He'll be building money from your own money. He'll be doing well, and he will tell you, Usikashi. And all these startups is about funding. So please, the attitude, the African mentality, we should wash it out of their minds before they'll be very, very attractive. Anyway, we are championing investor readiness, and that is the number one thing we do. The first thing we try to tell them, change your mentality, change your attitude. Then people will start rushing to you. We are trying to run a system whereby this time they wouldn't chase investors, but investors will do what? Will rush to them. My name is Captain, so anytime you see me, you can call me Captain, and we'll talk more.
Thank you very much, Captain, for sharing with us. And also, Madam Justina Mensah, she did make a statement that I also found to resonate very well with me. If you want to do the business, who can complete it? If you want to do the business,
get your hands dirty.
Beautiful. If you want to do the business, get your hands dirty. How many of us are willing to burn the midnight candle? Are we ready to put in the work? Are we ready to do the reading? Are you ready to go for the mentorship sessions? It actually involves a lot. Okay, at this point, okay, so we would move to a different segment. Courage, Mr. Courage, don't go away. Just kindly walk us through the 2 breakout sessions, then we continue.
Thank you very much. Please let's get up our MC. She's done a very good job. So we have one last activity before lunch. We have 2 breakout sessions, and we are going to use 2 rooms, one outside and then one here. We have breakout number 1. We are discussing the digital economy and employability programs. For those of you who are running skills training programs, you want to understand how your programs can have off-takers to come and pick the skills that you train. We have Amalitech. I'm sure you all know Amalitech. Amalitech is a very big BPO firm in Ghana. They are the number 1 firm on the team. We have GIZ Gig Economy. They're the second who will be handling the breakout session for digital economy and employability. So please, if you want to be part of that, please stay in this room. The second breakout session is inclusive ecosystems, gender and diversity in hub operations. So there are a lot of issues around hub operations, how we need to bring to the forefront issues around gender and diversity. If you are a hub leader, a hub founder, you are part of core management, you want to revamp the way you lead your team, you want to understand how to bring the best in terms of leadership and management, this particular session is for you. And we have GFA Consulting and the DTech team from GIZ who will be leading this session in the other breakout room. So 2 breakout sessions, one here and then the other one there. So based on the ones that you want to partake in, please, you can now either go there or stay here for the session. So I invite the DTech team from GIZ Gig Economy to come and take over for the employability and digital economy program. The rest, please, you can move to the other room. If you are for gender inclusive, please move to the other room. The gig economy employability program, please stay here. Gender inclusive diversity, please move to the other room. And if you are in for the gig economy, how to run programs for people to come and off-take your skills, please stay in this room. 2 breakout sessions.
Welcome to our session. So our session is going to be very, very interactive. We are not here to present. We are here to discuss and then also deliberate on a lot of things happening in the ecosystem relating to digital economy, gig economy, platform economies, and then also employability. We are here from the hubs, and then we expect as hubs to be able to train and then also upskill a lot of people. But the question is that after training and upskilling them, what is next? After training, upskilling, I heard we're talking about funding. The funding comes in. You do a lot of trainings. You do a lot of upskilling. What is next? So that's what we are going to talk about. And it's going to be very interactive, and then we'll have a discussion. And we are going to have, at the end of the day, a breakout in the breakout. I just hope you understand what I'm saying.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I hope you would enjoy this session. Because it's a closed session, they want to have a closed discussion. Can you please move forward?
occupy any chair in front of you so that they can, after the session, please, you can go back to your seat. Please move forward. And then, yes, thank you very much. I am grateful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, no, we are fine for now. All right, so we'll start with an introduction. My name is Walter. I work for the Gig Economy Initiative of GIZ. The Gig Economy Initiative aims at providing fair working conditions for workers, platform owners, and then also on the policy level. So we try to create awareness on what happens in the gig economy or the digital economy, and then also upskill workers, those who are in the digital space. And then at the same time, we try to listen to platform owners to make sure that they are also treated right. And on the third level, what we do is to inform policymakers, especially, I would say government, so that at the end of the day, there's a right framework and there's policies that are done to favor everybody. At the end of the day, we all want to have fair working conditions.
Thanks, Walter, and good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate the organizers for putting this together. My name is Richard Botwe, and I'm the head of recruitment for Amali Tech. Amali Tech is, I would say, a BPO, and then basically our operation is like this. So we provide free skills training, mainly in software engineering and then data engineering. And the goal is that at the end of it, those that get to succeed in the training get to join us on a full-time employment. We've been in existence from 2019 when I joined them. We were, let's say, 6. Now, around over 400 employees across 4 cities in Africa. Takoradi is where we started, and then we've also expanded to Accra and Kumasi, and now in Kigali. I lead a team of 10 across Ghana and Rwanda, hiring year on year from internship to national service to those who are out of school, and then to senior engineers. Annually, we're able to process about 7,000 applications, which tells us the number of youth or young ones out there who are really passionate about having these IT skills, and also also willing to join or move into the tech ecosystem. So thanks for making time to join us. So I believe we can begin now. Okay, so when I look at it from the point of view working with Amali and then the experience, usually the youth, everyone wants to gain skills. Everyone wants to work. But what we got to realize at the early stage was there are, as we say, there are a lot of opportunities. But then not everyone is able to take that opportunity. And it's simply because the person may not have the adequate skills or, let's say in few instances, lack the skills. So what then happens is it's easy to pick up the hard skills, but then the soft skills is where the challenge lies. Usually you go to universities to speak to them, and then you can clearly tell. You give them, you're starting at 9 and they'll be there at 10. Obviously, soft skills 1, 0/10. And then you see this also even in virtual calls. Interviews, we do everything virtual. Application, everything is purely online. Join the interview at 10, the person will join at 10:40, 10:11, 10:01. 10 is 10. And then you can tell. So these are, and then also communication. How the person is able to translate their thoughts into what they already know. I think this was some of the, let's say, the major challenge that we were having was soft skills, not necessarily the hard skill. They could easily pick the hard skill with some few guidance, but how to blend it with the soft skills, which actually makes them more employable, or which will make them employable. That is where the gap was. And I think all of us here are working together to also push down those soft skills to them, so that at least the few that were able to take it up could also land themselves onto jobs. Now, looking at the gig economy, so basically we are looking at where you may be working as a freelancer, or what we would term in the HR space as employment offer for employment, not offer of. So instead of, let's say, being a full-time employee where everything lies on the employer, this is where you're like a contractor, where you are working for an organization. So there are various forms of it. I think a very good example is the Bolt and Uber drivers. They are doing that very well, so you could look at them as a very good example. And then a lot of us who are into the remote work, all of us fall into that, let's say, space of gig thing that we do. But when you look at it very well, the landscape is not really structured. So because as an HR, you ask yourself, what is the labor law behind gig? I could say, to some extent, is we don't have one. So what happens to, let's say, unfair treatment? How do you go by? Maybe an employer somewhere in Europe or in the US, let's say, wrongfully fire the person. You can't do anything. So there are a lot of, let's say, challenges that it comes up with the gig thing. But then there's also the good aspects of it. I remember very well when the dollar was high, you're all moving into it. So there are risks, and then there are good as well. But then we also need to make sure the grounds are level, both for the one going for the gig and the one who's also giving the gig. So this will be what we will be discussing about. It's going to be a discussion. I'm not here to speak to you, but I'm also happy to learn from you. I believe you are all as experienced as we can to also share from and learn from each other. So I welcome you all, and thanks, and I hope you will have a very beautiful discussion. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Richard. So the first question that we have, we say we train thousands, but how many are actually earning? We know that we do a lot of training, but how many actually are earning from our trainings? Like we said, it's going to be very interactive. So why, or do we agree that we train a lot of people, but they are not earning? I don't know. Do we agree? Okay. And what could account for that?
I'm happy to take the mic around. Please, you mention your name, and then you can respond to it.
Right, thank you. So I'm Desmond once again. Right, so I think I've also trained a lot of people. I've trained people in web development, graphic design, programming, and stuff like that. But sometimes you can train, let's say, 10 people, only one person could do something with it. And that most often you realize that it stems from our upbringing, the confidence we build in ourselves. So like you said, the soft skills part is very critical. What we are before we learn is more important than what we are learning. So if you are somebody who is very lazy, you can be given everything and you do nothing with it. If you are somebody who procrastinates a lot, if you are given all the things in the world, all the strategies, you procrastinate until it becomes nothing in your hand. But if you are someone who touches things and it tends to gold, you can be given little and then it tends to so much. So I think building the mindset of the people, energizing them to see possibilities and be able to do more with little helps them to now be able to do so much with the much that will be given. Because we know that the software development space is emerging in Africa. But to put a young person in that position to build software for someone is already afraid of the responsibilities that would come his way, which he or she may not be able to withstand such a pressure. Now, in Ghana, for instance, our education system has trained us to be more academic, which is theoretical, than practical. So you go through school, you see students doing rigorous academic work, but they still finish school and they are not skilled because they are much informed about the skills and not skillfully built for the work, because what it takes to build skill is different from what it takes to acquire knowledge. So a car can only be controlled when it's in motion. You don't control a car when it's not moving. And you don't swim in the classroom, you swim when you are in the water. So you realize that the model that we use to train our young people from primary to JHS to SHS has ingrained in their DNA so much that if you want to train them now who is focused more on the skill acquisition, you're going to look bad before some of these people because they're going to fight you for putting them in that position to be skillful. So if you are training them, for instance, to produce a solution in a day or two, which is modeled to be in the real world, because your boss is going to call you and say that, hey, this is the new platform that has come up. We need to learn it. By next week, we need to use that because our competitors are using technology, not human energy. Because if your competitor is so much using a technology that is advanced than yours, obviously they are going to have some sort of competitive advantage over you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
thank you for that. So
Yeah.
my question probably to you is that where do you see some of the issues coming from? Because you made mention of
Yeah.
the individual.
Yeah.
And then you also made mention of how the system is, how we train people.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
think we should tackle it from the individual perspective, or maybe the model that we use, or even the institutions that are training?
Yes, so I think it's cross-platform. We need to begin to attack their mindset. We need to begin to restructure their attitude. I think someone made mention of that earlier. Truthfulness, hardworking, time consciousness, punctuality, and taking responsibility. These are the things that are needed. Because we've gone to school our lives, we've learned so much, and still nothing is being done. A few are able to make it, but the larger population is struggling. And if you study the whole landscape, you realize that it's more attitudinal than the skill they are acquiring. Now, we've trained, I think if we look at the data now, Africa should be training more tech talents than even any part of the world. But yet still, we are the ones who are crying most of no opportunity. But you go elsewhere, where they have the attitude, they have the lifestyle that produces the result. So the little that they are giving, they're able to do more with it. So I think if we are able to focus more on changing their mindset, helping them to see possibility and take responsibility, it will help us to produce more people who can use the skill. Because you can train them, but you may not give them the job. And you can't, if you train 200,000 students, you can't go and look for 200,000 jobs for 200,000 graduates. You know, so they are supposed to either be creating the opportunity for themselves or creating it for themselves and for others, so that once you train, you are no more scared of they spoiling your record, where you will hear that you've trained 1,000 students and then none of them is employed. Then they'll come back asking you, what did you do then? You know, but you have given all the skills. You know, maybe you are a professional and you know what you've trained is what is in the industry, but the person still goes out there and still comes back empty-handed. So I think that is where the issue is coming from. The way we, the people, their mindset and everything will be much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else who wants to contribute?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ernest with MDF West Africa, and I would, as I say everywhere I go, that we should eschew this mentality of free, free, free. We hear it, the political language, and it has also crept into the private sector to businesses. We should let businesses know that they have to pay for things to let so that they get somewhere with their business. When you start with a business and you, in fact, let me set this practical example. Some businesses don't feel the need to pay for flyers when you design flyers for them. They think that flyers are there, then. So they don't see that edge and need to pay for their flyer. They don't know that the flyer that you are creating for them is going to send their business idea and their businesses over their local boundary. They don't have that. So I always push for the idea that we shouldn't expose the businesses to things that are, in quotes, they say free, free. They have to work for the money, okay? We have to set milestones for them, not short milestones, but longer period milestones that can sustain the businesses. I'm saying this out of experience and the number of businesses I have dealt with and the feedback I'm getting from them. Okay, so my point is, when we are tackling this digital economy, something with regard to businesses and also sustaining the businesses, first and foremost, if we expose them to things that are too free, they kind of lose the love they had to establish their business. They now tend to gravitate towards free things. So you see them jumping from one program to the next, which is bad. Okay, they become prostitutes to grants. Any grant opportunity, they would like to sleep with that opportunity, which is bad. So that's my input. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So if I should get you, what maybe you would like to rebut. What you are saying is to rather concentrate on the mode of the training, whether it's either free or it's being paid for. That will make sure that at the end of the day,
let them pay.
Let them pay.
Yes.
Maybe someone could have a different thought that it's not necessarily about being paid or not.
You see, the twist here is we have tried the paid version and we are having the results. You train 10 businesses and out of the 10, 1 would show that promise. The rest of the 9 would leave their idea and now start chasing on a different idea, which is not their idea, because they have seen and heard that that idea is raking in money. I know a business which started with this plastic waste mentality. He had a nice business plan, okay? All of a sudden, I see him in a different program, and he's doing a different thing. What happened to that green idea you are having? It was not fetching money. So where is the love? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, let's look at it this way. Another school of thought will say that it is not really about the mode of the training. How about we looking at the content to make sure that people are trained in such a way that they can survive in every field or diverse field instead of looking at just one aspect. This brings us to where we talk about the gig economy. The gig economy, it's not really a straightforward job. So you look at the skills that is on demand, and then you adjust to it, so that you can be able to work in diverse fields. How about we looking at the content of the training? Because if you look at, from what you are saying, we're having a discussion, from what you're saying, if the person, regardless of whether it's free or not, if the content is not preparing that person to be able to be versatile, it means that the person, at the end of the day, you train the person, but the person is unemployable. What do you say about it?
So
anyone else who wants to contribute?
Per your submission, I would say that we don't tilt towards one end. We can combine what you have said and execute both at the same time, and we achieve the result we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think someone is there.
I think Richard and I were already talking about this at the back. I didn't know this was how it was going to be like, but I think that we are talking about training. So maybe we've trained 100 people, we want to employ them here and there. But we need to look at the people we are training in 3 different categories. Which generation are we actually training? Because we have the Industrial Revolution generation, we have the Information generation, and we have the Social Revolution generation. So if you are actually training the Social Revolution generation now, they are not looking for standard of life. They are looking for quality of life. So the quality of life, the environment in which they are working, is it what they need? Because their parents have already taken care of the standard of living. Their parents are able to buy the cars. Their parents are able to build the houses for them to live in. So now you can't tell them that, oh, this job is what I'm giving you, so at all costs, take it. They have a lot of options. Because, I mean, after the 2008 recession, information became available to everybody. So at this point, whatever you are even teaching them, they can sit in their house and learn it. So whilst we are thinking about training, we should also look at the people that we are training, the generation we are training. What type of lifestyle do they want to live? Do you think they will, sorry to use my word, kiss your ass because you are the boss? They won't, because they will leave you for someone else. They want to have a lifestyle where whilst they are working, they can still enjoy. But in all of them, they should have good internet service. Do you have good internet service for them? They should have environment, like even their washroom should be one of the best. Everything about them should be one of the best. So for me, it's beyond just gathering people, taking money to go and train them, and you are saying that we are putting them into, we are giving them jobs. The moment job comes in, we just want a means for them to survive. Oh, why do you want jobs? So that you can get something to do, so that you get paid at the end of the month. Now, trust me, when you see them, this social generation, it's not about the survivor. They have a lot of means of surviving, not just through you employing them. So let us look at it whilst we are crafting our models for the training. We study demographic we are training as well, so that when the time comes and it is time for you to even employ them, you don't make certain demands that they will tell you that, I'm sorry, you invested a lot of money to train me, and Amalitech, they are facing it. When they are done with the training, they tell them that, trust me, I can't do it, I'll go to another place. You can take 5 years to train somebody. The person will tell you that, I'm sorry, there's a better option for me. Thank you.
Thank you too. There's one person here. Okay.
Yes, hello, I'm Smiler Chakra. I'm from Upper West. Yes, my concern about, or my thoughts on employability has to do with the process of training. So usually the people we train, the process is usually not so standardized that the people are unable to get work. So we are looking at the content of training. Are we training the people with the content that they can actually use to get employed afterwards? And we can also look at the duration of the training. Most of us run training programs that are too short to the extent that the trainees are unable to get the required skills to work. So the training programs are usually too short that we can't teach them to become experts in their fields. These are some of the concerns. And if I run an incubation, because we're also talking about employability, there are times that the funding agencies is only willing to fund an incubation program for only 3 months. And that is too short for you to ensure that the startup is supported to the extent that they need to support to scale. So funding issues or the arrangements we have with our funders sometimes also hinder the partners in providing the needed support to the startup or to the trainee to be able to scale or to get employed. Now, opportunity to work. So after training these new entrants into the economy, sometimes they need to build their experiences. So if you look at our local economy, sometimes it's difficult getting tech organizations for them to even work with to build the experiences that they need, then to even move into the gig economy. So how can we get opportunities for these new trainees? How do we build their experiences so that when they go into this competitive gig economy, then they'll be able to kind of compete very well? I'm saying this because we are currently doing a project and the partners are stopping one model because most of the training partners are not getting tech-based organizations for the trainees to undertake internships, and they're actually stopping them a particular cohort because of this challenge. So I think that is
in silos, because when we look at most hubs that we know, they look for funding and then they do training, they do advert, people come 2 months, 3 months, as he said, 3 months maximum training, without having any partnership or any collaboration. After the training, what is next? Don't we think so? Where, like, there should be partnership, because it's happening in other parts of the world, especially in Kenya and then in Nigeria, where there are certain hubs that have partnership agreement with BPOs and other organizations that once they finish the training, they make sure that these organizations or BPOs actually absorb some of these people. I think when we start looking at that direction, it gives more opportunity, and it makes our trainers more employable. I hope we agree to this. Or what's your take on it? Yeah. Who's first?
All right. I think that school of thought works because my name is Kamal Yakub, and I'm director in charge of partnership and training at Zongo Innovation Hub. We just finished data science training, and we had partnership with Info Analytics. And so most of our trainees or the fellows got employment over there. So it was easy for us to not worry about where they are going to when we finish training. So I think that partnership school of thought works, and we want to explore into that. So it's good that you are mentioning it.
Yeah. Usually, it's good to hear the practical aspect of what we talk about.
Yeah. My name is Teddy from Noxinia Business Hub, Navrongo. Yeah. Looking at the conversations we are having, we are all looking for the best. Or we are wishing that after training, there should be available jobs. But I think we should train them in a way that they'll be versatile. Train them to be what? Innovative. Because we are in a system where getting the partnership for them after the training will be hard. So we need to train them to know that this is the system where we are. After training, you are waiting to get employed or to get engaged somewhere. It's very difficult. So we want the jailbreakers. Think of something you can do unique that will make you break through in what or in the skills that you've acquired. Because most of the times, even looking at our education structure, after school, most of the graduates are there. Because our educational system have not taught us to be innovative. You are waiting to be employed. Why don't you create employment? So how do we structure the training models to make the new generation or the current generation to know that after training, don't wait for anyone to get you engaged, but think of other ways how you can grow what you've learned and to get others involved. Thank you.
Very much. For you. So
yeah, I'm just curious. There's a lot of information going around. I just wanted to kind of ask a question about it. So with hubs, generally we deal with startups. So is this particular breakout session kind of giving us the option to partner with companies like Amalitech for employment for individuals? Is that what is on the table in this particular breakout session? I think it would be great to know so that we can then kind of have an idea of the programs that are on offer to be able to maybe just use our resources that we have in our hubs to train individuals to be able to be employable as per the theme.
Okay, so to answer that, I will say it's a big question. The question in the room is that hubs can strategically align discussion. So if at the end of the day, to you think the best way to align is to have a collaboration with Amalitech or any organization that you want to, means that your question has been answered. So it's a big question in the room that we are trying to find solutions to. That's why we are having a discussion. That's why it's not just a presentation. So we hope that at the end of the day, through this discussion, everybody can be able to answer this question to him or herself. So if that is the answer that you've found, then that is good.
Yeah, that's one thing, because the digital economy is very large, and it's even as a hub, even trying to find out how to digitalize effectively, is one thing that we also kind of have as a challenge. And the tools that we have at our disposal is something that we have challenges with, right? Because we have this physical place where people can come in for training, can come in to maybe because I have a workspace as well, right? So people can come and rent it out and have a place where they can work, where they otherwise might not have access to these resources. So how can we strategically align, right? In the sense of using this digital economy within our hubs to be able to help people who walk through the door. That's really the bigger question outside of that.
Yes, and I think one part of the question has been answered when we're talking about collaborations. So you don't work in silos, you collaborate, you identify organizations, BPOs, or any usually organizations that at the end of the day, when you train, they can be able to absorb, even if not for the entire period. It could be an internship program, it could be for a short period, etc., etc. So that at the end of the day, we don't just train and then leave them.
My name is Bonaventure Aha. My organization name is Tech Impact.
Okay.
I think with regards to how the hubs can align, it will be very good if organizations can willingly or before they employ someone, at least they demand a certificate from a particular hub that the person has gone through. We have our various schools that that graduate students, we come out opportunity to identify some hub. If an agricultural student, you identify a hub where you go and be trained, or an organization can recommend that before I can employ you, you have to go to this hub, take training before I give you that employment. So I think in that way, hubs will always get work to do, and organizations will also get the quality of work, the quality of people to work with, most especially in the aspect of attitude. In the aspect of attitude, we find people who are very good, skillful, but the attitude is very bad. He will come to work today, tomorrow he will not come. He comes to work, he wants to be using the phone and be working, of which it is not also working. So I think it is one of the major setbacks that hubs can help deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I just have one question from what you just submitted. So I like the idea, or it's good for hubs to be able to certify people. But what if, as the gentleman said, that we are living in a different generation? What if someone doesn't want to go through the hub and he doesn't want to go through that training for the hub, but just looking for a particular resource or something that the hubs can provide so that he or she can be able to do self-paced learning or do something on his own? What happens?
I think just like my good friend said, we have generations of people coming. So we should also have generations of hubs. Yes. So if you know you are in this particular generation, the social generation, you look for that social generation of the hub. That is that also comes with the kind of person who is training the people. We have different kind of trainers. So that also takes me back to my friend who said we should not be looking for free things. There are some training that you have to pay. It doesn't matter the amount. You know that this training, that this skill that you are getting, if I get to this company, no matter what, it will be paid off. So I think if you are, hubs should also have generations as much as people also have their own class, so that if you want to be trained in this particular way, you know where to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so to add to it, I believe what my brother was saying, for hubs, I mean, we all have different visions and missions as to why we set up our hubs, various hubs. So I can say if you were a hub that was mainly into, let's say, training in terms of vocational and other skill development training, now that we are in the digital world, I believe if you, the hub itself, is not into, let's say, ICT, that's why we say that we have to adapt and also have partnership or collaborate with other hubs. I remember last year we had a program of ICT training for people. And we, for us as great, we're not into pure ICT or digital in terms of our hub. So we had to collaborate with one of our guys who came to do the training.
Collaboration.
Yes. So I believe it is very, very key. If war say that we cannot do it on our own, but we want to depend on the people in the ecosystem, we'll be able to do a lot of things. And to finally add to the issue of generation and the people that are coming up, it's sometimes, I don't know, you don't get it. A front desk person who is supposed to be at the office, for instance, we combine our front desk with more or less being an administrator of the office. Sometimes you get there and the person is not there. Okay? So because we all have the keys, the one who is supposed to be at the front desk or be the face of the organization will not be there. So these are some of the things that we have to know. Like the gentleman was saying, the generation of children that we are having, sometimes we, the parents, who are also part of their attitude, because we intend providing everything for them. And because of that, they are idle. So they think that, oh, if you say you are giving them training, maybe you are versed in ICT, adaptive, and also you have to collaborate a lot, so that the things that we cannot do on our own, we can also fall on other people within the ecosystem to be able to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that. So instead of, maybe my takeaway from your submission, instead of actually relying on maybe a traditional training, we should look at other resources that we can be able to provide. Yeah, that's good.
All right, thank you. My name is Owusu with Hopin Academy. I lead the programs at Hopin. So I think one of the things that I also see is that we are too concerned about the numbers. So because we've made promises to our partners that we want to train 200 young women in these skills, we just want to chase the numbers, whereas we could have just trained like just 10, 20 and properly phase them out into employability. We targeted 200, and then we use so much resources, and then at the end of the day, we have about, say, 30, which is, I mean, ideally more than the 20, but in terms of the resources that was used, you realize that you've spent a lot of resources trying to train 200 young women. So I think that also in that direction, we could just look at productivity or efficiency than just looking at the numbers just to make our impact or just to project our impact that we've trained thousands of people, we've trained. Just look at just a smaller number and properly groom them. I also would want to say this about the content or how we train these young people, because I do think that there is not a standardized curriculum across. So each hub or each organization creates their own, let's say, social media management curriculum. That is not, I mean, I want to say the right things and I don't want to throw shade, but then at times you would have someone come into your cohort, and then as part of the questions you ask, if they've been to other trainings before, and then they say yes. And then they sit in your class and you ask certain questions, and it's almost as if they've never been in before. I'm not saying that it's always the case that we are using the wrong curriculum. It could be just one unserious student. But it's also a point where we need to know that we need to have a stronger curriculum, so that when someone comes through our program, we know that even though they don't have that years of experience, any organization would easily get them, even say as an intern, and then gradually move them into employment. So we also need to see strengthening our curriculum very well, so that it meets that standard that they could be more employable. So thank you. That's about it.
Thank you.
My name is Kwame Stowart from Aya HQ Builder Hub. So I would want to share something that I've done over the past 1 year. Aya HQ is actually a blockchain tech company, and then we have a Builder Hub here in Ghana and also in Kenya. So there is one thing that I did for 1 year, and it's that I believe training alone is not enough. We are building different pipelines, talent pipeline, that's for training. But then can we convert this pipeline after, if Amalitech is doing training, and now Amalitech has trained over 1,000 young people, can we come together with these skills that you've acquired? Are there particular problems? If it's a tech problem, are there particular problems that this technology or the skills that you've trained the people can solve? If yes, then you put them into teams, and then they start creating a startup. So with this startup, you know that, okay, there is another organization, for example, MEST, which can also absorb these people into their incubation program or their acceleration program. Let's start building systems, but not just pipelines, because one company or one institution cannot do everything. So if you are doing training, do training, but make sure you have partnership with other institutions that can take it to the next level. And I believe there's one thing that we've done. So for us, for example, you to do training, initially the name of the company was Aya Gigs. So it was just to train and then link this young talent. We were doing product design, software development, UI, UX, all these kind of things, link them to international companies that will absorb them. But then we realized that, yes, the demand that was coming for this job and then the kind of training that we're offering, it doesn't match up. And it's all about value in this digital age. Trust me, there are people in my community who just completed senior high school, but then these people are making $2,000 per month from this gig economy, from blockchain jobs, like globally. And we are in an economy where no one cares about the kind of training that you've had. In our ecosystem, we call it proof of work. Show me that you can do this, you can build this, you can code, or you can do whatever I've given you to do. Once you can do that, then you actually unlock that value. So what we have done, we have a builder hub here in Ghana, another in Kenya. We have a builder residency, and most of them are startups. So aside of community, they just end up jumping to the next shiny thing. But in our ecosystem, we believe in communities. So always, these people are always coming back. If there's any new updates, any new opportunity, they are able to quickly jump on that. So with a builder hub, that is to foster that sense of community. The community also helps them to unlock trust. They can trust each other. So for example, there were 2 young guys who visited the hub last year. It was for a hackathon. And then initially, there was one who was staying at the hub, and then he mentioned, I was just going through the product that he was building. So when the other guy came, they were actually building the same product. It was, I think, a savings, something using blockchain to facilitate savings. One person told me, oh, this is what I'm building. I know as the hub manager, I knew that these people are building the same product, but I never spoke. So I was just down there and I heard them talking. I went up to them and then they were like, you are building this, I'm building this. Okay, let's come together. And today, these people have collectively raised $20,000 in grants from Ghana, and then they are building. So aside the incubation hub or the builder hub that we have a talent platform called Aya Labs. So once you've trained them, now what do they do with their skills? Let's organize a hackathon or an ideathon where they can put these skills to use. After putting their skills to use, based on the projects that they were able to build during the hackathon, now they can now start, they can come up with a startup, and then we have partners, international partners, who also come in with a funding. So these blockchains will come in after they've gone through our incubation program, then at least each of the products, each of the projects that are able to successfully go through end up getting not less than $20,000. So collectively, in 1 year, we've unlocked over $500,000 in grants for these startups from Ghana. So this is a playbook that has worked for us, and then I would want to share with everyone. Let's come together. If it's training that you are doing, after training, look for a hackathon partner that can actually convert the ideas of the people that you've trained into a hackathon. After the hackathon, they build projects during the hackathon, and it should be local projects. It should be projects that solve local solutions and are globally relevant. Once these startups are there, now you can move on. If it's Mest Africa, if it's IRHQ, you make them join an incubation program. And now we have a system that can actually take this far. So this is just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you very much. That was very deep. Build systems, collaborate, and leverage on resources. Build systems, collaborate, and then leverage on resources. I think that should be, I would say, people or beneficiaries through the hubs. Build systems, collaborate, and leverage on resources. There are a lot of resources that are around that can leverage, or we have to think outside the box because things are changing. Today we have the digital economy. Gig works out. You can just sit in your room and then be able to register on a platform and then be able to do something, collaborate, do microtasking, a lot of work, and then still earn money whilst you're just in your the comfort of your home. So how to be able to provide that environment at least so that the people who will pass through our hands, who will pass through the hubs, will be very, very employable. And it's not something that they finish the training and at the end of the day they sit at home. So we build systems, collaborate, and then leverage on resources.
This has been very informative. This has been very informative. I just want to ask a question. WebHelp being another BPO organization, I think, which is kind of like in line with what Amale Tech is doing. Are there any other programs of similar sort that we can be looking forward to in the past so that we can use our physical resources, like you said, to be able to collaborate and keep us busy? Because I think some of the things and the challenges that we have with hubs is just being busy, 365 days in a year. So, just my submission.
All right, so there are a lot of programs that GIZ does, and then as time goes on, the most current one that I can talk about is the Gig Economy Initiative, where there are a lot of resources. I have some cards here that I'm going to share after that. That there are some resources on a platform we call Atingi. There are a lot of courses that are there that it's absolutely for free, that the hubs can leverage on and then use as part of their trainings. It's absolutely for free. You just have to log in and then be able to register. So it's something that you can actually take advantage of. And as you said, we do a lot of
All right, so I think we should also look at our local economy and ecosystem. Not everybody may have the chance to work for a foreign company, but sometimes we fail to empower the local economy as well to be able to absorb these people. So a young man who is coming from Wa or Takrady or who is not in Accra, who may not be very much exposed to all these opportunities that much, they may be trained all right, but the locals in some of these communities don't even have use for the skills. So they are trained all right. They go out there, they try finding jobs, but even the job title they are mentioning and stuff they can do, the businesses don't even know about it, So I remember when I was in Ho, I wanted to start a tech business, this website, software stuff. But the people don't have any idea what you are talking about. I require to remember we said we wanted to have an e-commerce platform for the businesses to jump on so we can sell beyond the region. You go to their shops and they are sucking you. You want to come and take a picture of our business to do what with it. They are attacking you and stuff like that. So when that happens, it looks as though we are training our people for other countries. We train them just to be useful outside. And then our local enterprises are breaking down. and we are not able to build the business systems that can absorb the local talent, So if we can have initiatives that empower the local businesses to understand what digital marketing is, to understand what software and all this stuff are, and if they can also see through to see the value some of these things can provide for them, they'll be willing to pay for the services of these young people who have done some of these courses. And then you can see more of them working here. And then the more they work here, they can build a portfolio to even begin to work outside this place for other companies too.
I think I would also like to add a few words to that. I think over the past, there has been some concerns on brain drain, where, let's say, graduates or especially those from universities or the youth, all that we think about is travel outside and then have a good life. But it's also important that we also build what we have, our country. Yes, and irrespective of how experienced you are, you could maybe go, but then you also need to think of what is happening at home. So I believe it's also good that, like you're saying, let's empower the local setups that we have for them to also understand this whole tech thing that is driving the world. So, yeah.
Then I also think that if we can, if the network can begin to work on a structure for the hubs, if a hub is being established, we should know where they belong. Is this hub recruiting talents for a company? Is this hub training people? So that we know that if I belong to the group where I train talent, I know where they go after a year, to where I recommend them to go to and stuff like that. Because everybody is on their own, doing their own thing, and there's no connection. So once I don't know where my people are going to, they are trained, and you just leave them to be floating around. But once we know that, okay, these hubs, if we contact the office or whatever it is, once I train, I know this is where they are going to next, and this is where they are going to next. Because the whole thing now looks like there's even more focus shifting to the hubs than even the traditional institutions. A lot of people are going through some of these informal education channels, but there's no real structure to how these people are being trained and produced into the same market that we are expecting them to function in. So if the hubs are becoming prevalent in the country now, then we need to begin to start looking at that area too. Do we have universities that actually monitor some of these things to structure them to make sure that even though these people may not be university graduates, but they want to pass through these systems, there is some structure around the whole thing, so that they go through it and then they are confident that, okay, where I've passed through, they are licensed, they are this and they are that, and I can get a job. Some of them is just that they are not confident about what they have actually gotten. Maybe the license may not be that good for them, so they are even scared to take it up. So if Amalitech and Co. can spearhead some of these things, making sure that every hub that is established is mentored by a mother hub, or a hub that is established to mentor smaller hubs. And if the programs, before you run the programs should be accredited by some body or something, so that once we all work towards this sort of licensing and accreditations, then the hubs can begin to train in the non-traditional sector to accommodate the larger number of people who are not able to go through the traditional university system, but can also finish and then have something of standard to stand on and then move out with confidence. And I think that could also help.
Thanks. I think that's very elaborative. Yes, it's true. Also, to add to what you said, I remember when we started to recruit for graduates into our training programs of what did this person learn in this hub, what did you also learn in that hub. But then they all go out to say we are training the fundamentals, and then you ask yourself, what actually did they learn under the fundamental? So I believe, yes, there is some kind of regularization we need to do among the hubs, so that if you all get to know, okay, these are the fundamentals for this program, that is what we are going to train, so that at least when someone comes to that, look, I have the basis, you are sure that this person has gone through A, B, C, and D, then you just not being sure, okay, what actually did you learn? Because there are several instances where we take people who have been through other training programs, and now we need to retrain them again for 9 months. Meanwhile, they may have gone for that training for like a year. So then it becomes a kind of a demotivation factor for the person to go through the training program again. And when you get a person there, their job, he's not doing well. And they also don't see the need for them to go through the training. then now it becomes like a kind of a tug of war. Like, I need to train you. No, I already know it, so allow me to work. No, when I allow you to work, you cause more mess. No, I just want to cause the mess. But so it's a kind of a thing that we keep experiencing all the time. So I surely believe that we should have a system where we know what we are training as the basis, what we are training in the intermediate, and then if we want to add the advanced ones. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. So one question that I have to ask all of us is that what do we term as success? Provide all the reasons. What should we use as being successful at the end of the day? So if a hub is able to do A, B, or C, then it means that the success. We are not looking at where hubs will have a lot of money or have etc. etc. But what are the fundamentals that as hubs we should look at? Any ideas? Yes.
Hi everyone. My name is Shaibu Fuseni, and I'm with the Business as Usual Youth Empowerment Center. So when you talk about, it's really an interesting question. I was in the booth there when you asked that. When we talk about making impacts, right, or what we need to look out for when we are successful, it's not the number of people we have trained. A lot of you are excited. A lot of the hubs are excited about doing 10,000, 50,000. My brothers and sisters, we are lying to ourselves. It's okay to do just 25 and make sure that those 25 people are employed. They are employed, gainfully employed, and are able to at least employ other people. That is what we are doing at No Business as Usual Hub. For us, I have said this and I'll say this again. We are not in this place to compete for funding with all of you here, right? We already have we already have funding, so sustainability is not really our headache, but we need to also get in that space to be able to sort of put ourselves out there. That is what I'm doing right now. But more importantly, when we think of interventions, whatever is coming, and the numbers and all of that, in as much as it excites you, think about it this way. How many of the young people or the startups will remain operational after this intervention has passed through them, or they've passed through the intervention? If you're able to answer that, and answer that honestly, that program is a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, any other? He wants to.
So just to add up to what the gentleman just said, depending on the program that you have and also the one funding it, when you are taking the data from the beginning of the training program, let's say the startups that are coming, maybe those that are already in operation, you take data from them. What is the size of your organization, your firm or business now? Then you take that data. After the training, you go back, let's say 6 months time or a year. You want to see whether if the person started saying that he has a staff strength of, let's say 5. Now how many of staff does the person have? It is very, very key, because now the hubs are seeing that, yes, it's not about the number of people you have trained anymore. So you visit people, and even at a point in time, this issue of M&E was not there. So now that after having programs with, let's say, the World Bank, Deloitte, and other people, they let you go for the M&E sessions. Then you take videos of those hubs that you started with them, maybe 2 or 3 people, they were here. Now when you go back to them, maybe they have moved to, let's say, a bigger place, or you've seen something more than you saw earlier. So these are the things that we can say that, yes, when we see, we are gratified, and we can see that, yes, indeed, the people do not come for the training just for maybe being idle, but rather they've been able to adapt to whatever that we started with. So it is very, very important that as hubs, we should take the issue of M&E very seriously, so that we will be able to gauge whether we've been successful or not. So that's what I wanted to add to.
Very, very, very important. Very, very, very important. You have to monitor and then evaluate and see whether the things that we are doing, whether there's an impact or not. Because if you start a program, you have no idea. Let's say you are so excited, you're just going up. at the end of the day, you even forgot how it was, how you started. You are not able to even account. And then also, M&E also helps your bookkeeping system also neat. So that at the end of the day, if you're asking for funding, you need to show what? Evidence that you were able to do A, B, or C. This is how things were. Through the help of A, B, or C, or through the help of this, you're able to reach that place. At the end of the day, it also opens opportunity for you as hubs that we should consider if we are not yet doing it. Any other?
All right, can vary. If you train, someone may not get a job, but the skills and the knowledge the person had gotten might have pushed him or her to a different field where they can even function better. So the outcome should be more than the output in terms of the ratings. So if you had 100 people who come in, what's the outcome at the end of the day? You know, so the outcome to the analysis there has to be detailed so that if you train 10 people and 2 of them get a job, it doesn't mean that the 8 have become useless. Those 8 probably have gotten some fundamental knowledge that has pushed them to do something better in a different field. So it can be an applied knowledge, applied skills in a different area and stuff like that. So we shouldn't just look at the employability aspect as the only way through which people can be impacted with our programs. We should be very flexible with that aspect too. Yeah.
So for me, I believe or I think that everyone has a way of measuring their impact. And I think we don't have one global standard way of measuring an impact. Example is that depending on the project that I am running, maybe the project is telling me that I should train 7,000 people. Then out of the 7,000 people, 100 of them should be able to start their own businesses. 500 of them should be able to get dignified jobs. Maybe so that at the end of the day, the people you are training, they cut across the entire ecosystem. If they leave your place, they'll be able to go to this place without any issues. So when we are looking at it that, I should train only 10 people because that it's not about the big numbers. Some people also need the big numbers because if you are dealing with some agencies, the big ones, and they are giving you about maybe just $5 million or $4 million, and you want to train 10 people because that is what you want to do, meaning that you don't have the capacity. So, and there's always also like a KPI impact. My work is to be able to meet the green light, to meet all the things that they want me to take. Their work is also, we are looking at only 10. And I believe that majority of us in this room also depend on donors for us to be able to run our trainings. So for you to be able to, you cannot, sorry to say, the number of people you want to train. They have the resources, but how do we meet ourselves in the middle? Sometimes to the models that we use to do the training, I have seen some models that when you look at it, you ask yourself that, what are they going to do with this? Because that same model, about 4 or 3 different hubs or 5 hubs are using the same model to do their training. Incubation is the same thing, introduction to business, introduction to accounting, this and this and that. But you notice that the person who is coming in as a startup, most of the things you want to teach them, they already have the knowledge about it. One of the programs that personally I attended that I feel was the best for me was Orange Corners. It was an acceleration program by the Netherlands. The model they used to run the training was nothing I've seen in the system here. Why? Because they consulted other people to be able to develop the model for them. Because now the moment you get a grant or you get the money and there's some funds for maybe a curriculum development, you call me, Evans, Charlie, there's this thing over here. Can you develop something for us to run it? because of that, we don't also bring on board people who can develop comprehensive models for us to run the trainings. I can, on a fact, we are starting a project with MIT. It's to actually run stuffs on autonomous vehicles. Now, what are they saying? Now, currently, Africans are not using self-driving cars and all these things. But a day is coming that it will happen. What do? They've brought their technology for us to be able to do the data analytics, to do all the things for them. They brought their experts to be able to build the model for us. We spoke to some few guys who are doing IoTs in this country to come and look at the innovation that they brought. Trust me, none of the Ghanaian IoT guys were able to assemble the robots they brought. But we are running IoT, talking about tech and all of these stuffs within the ecosystem. They have to bring somebody from MIT again to come and assemble the technology that they brought. So I think that whilst you are looking at local partnerships and everything, when we are looking for the international ones as well, we should look at knowledge as well, not always about the money. Because the money, we will get it. But after getting the money, what do we do with it? There's some part of this country, when you go there, almost every grant or every money, it goes there. But are we able to see the actual impact? Because when the money comes, I will call you, let us come together, we do it, we share it, we have our houses in Accra, but always the people who owns the facilities don't even live in those where the facilities are built. So if you want to talk about impact, we should be part of it, not just, saying that, always pushing it to the universities, the this and that. They've also done their part to give people the knowledge. Let us also develop our own models with international partnerships for us to be able to run, the hubs that we want to do. And also in relation to how, innovation can align. I believe that not every innovation hub is supposed to have a co-working space. Not every innovation hub is supposed to be doing training. We term the hub as a place where people should just come and sit and work. A hub, for me, where I sit, can be an avenue where a lot of businesses comes from. Recently, we are doing something which is positioning ourselves that anybody who is in the diaspora system, they will give us money to take care of our overhead costs whilst we are helping them to build their businesses as well. Do we have a co-working space? Maybe no. But we are giving them something which is more valuable to them. They're going to Registrar General to register their businesses, can be headache. You take that headache from them. Some people here as a hub, you can be running all the accounting services for almost all the hubs over here, so that when the time comes where we are going for a grant or we are going for some funding, one hub can say that, I have records for you. I have records for you. Why don't we combine our records together to go for it? Rather than trying to be like, I'm Innovate, you are Aya, you are this. We all have different people running our books and stuff. I had a meeting with a development agency. They said, we have the money, but we don't want to give it to one hub to distribute it. The person will do a favoritism work. When the network come together to say that, okay, this is what we want to do, then they can say that, okay, we are supporting them with maybe 200. Those that are not doing well, we help you. Those that are already there, this is the other channel that we also need to go. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. This was very, very interesting. And then I'm sure we've taken a lot of things out of your submission. All too soon, our time is up. But before we wrap up, I would like to just two takeaways from any of the audience. Just two takeaways from all that we discussed, so that those of us who probably were not paying attention we can remember that at the end of the day, all our discussions centered on maybe just two things, or three things. Any two volunteers to just your takeaway from this session. Okay. The lady hasn't spoken, so yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Janat Isifu, founder for One Hive Ghana in the Bunu region. I think one of the things that has really stand out for me during this interaction is building on partnerships. For One Hive Ghana, is one of the things that have been really essential in our growth and the support that we provide for our entrepreneurs and the young women that we actually work with. And also the second thing is getting sustainable models for the hubs. I think it's one of the things I was really looking forward for us to touch on, because our sustainability is key. And during the financial investment conversations, there were conversations about some of the things that even the hubs do not have. And so if you do not have the capacity, you do not have the resources, how are you then, impacting or supporting the entrepreneurs or the people that you're supporting? And so I think aside the grants or the support that we are looking forward for getting from the developmental partners internally, we should also look at designing our own programs that we can actually get support for in running the hubs. Quite a number of hubs went down after the GTL program, and it was so unfortunate because that was one of the sources of funding for the hubs. And so it became difficult to revive some of the hubs, and I think it's one of the things we should try to move away from. Create our own programs and then find ways of creating value for people that will make them come back to the hub. And so for One Hive Ghana, one thing we've invested so much in is the space that we have and the resources we provide at the space. Internet connectivity, you get the digital tools that you need, a space where you can come and work from if you do not have an office space. So if you are able to provide this value during your training sessions, the kind of value that you provide for them, and after that, the networking resource that you create for them. Because if I'm coming to your hub for a skill, after the skill, what do I do with it? Are you able to connect me to a company where I will intern or even volunteer the skills that I have? And in turn, maybe in future, I get, a permanent role in that company. So these are some of the things that I feel like as hubs, we should take away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was whole submission on its own, and I like it. So we're expecting to wrap up for us, but a whole submission on its own, which very, very interesting insights that she has put out there. So maybe the last person, if you can just...
All right, so from the discussions that we've had, now I have picked a few things, and the first one is that we should carve a niche for ourselves as hubs. So from our brother's point that he made, it's obvious that we all can't do everything and do what everybody else is doing. So we should be specific. We should have a niche for our hubs. Number two is that we should be very specific to what we want to do. And we should now make our plans and see how best we can do this. Then we should collaborate. So once we are specific, we know what we want, we have planned, we should collaborate so that we can learn from what other people are doing, and then we can be more successful. Then we should execute, monitor, and then also be very much of impact and profit minded so that we don't lose, and we also make the impact that we have to make. So these are the key takeaways for me in this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to you all for your presence and attention for this breakout session. I believe as hubs, we are ready to collaborate, to leverage on existing systems, and also to build more systems. I believe there are a lot of opportunities when we come together, just listening to what we have shared. Again, thank you for joining us for our session, and then enjoy the rest of the program. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate ourselves better. You did a lot of insightful engagement, so you deserve the clap. Thank you to all facilitators. At this juncture, we would kindly walk out for our lunch. Once we are done, we retain or convey here for our last panel discussion, then we call it a day. Please let us try and come back. Because when we come back, we are going to look at validation and then the action. What next after all these deliberations? So if you don't come back, it means we aren't done. You left us on the road and you took leave of us. So please, let us try to come back. We are done taking our meal. Good appetite. you took out of that particular?
I was here before you.
Okay, then you've done it.
Okay, so in fact, we had a very engaging session, and a lot of things were discussed, valuable things were discussed, and I would speak on two of the things I took personally.
Okay.
First, we were encouraged to build systems, as in create manuals or a structure that would really impart those we train, okay, so that when they exit our trainings, they can get something else to do and also be employable in the employment space. And also we should leverage partnerships, as in we can't do everything on our own. We should do our possible best to partner with each other to achieving our goals. So basically that's I came early.
Remember or toffee? There's a toffee on your table, so kindly take one. God bless you for that. Any other member from Amalitech? Another individual wanting to share with us what you learned? Amalitech. Any proud member of the session? Show us that at least your session was one of the best. Probably stood out more than that of the GFA people, the inclusive ecosystems, gender and diversity in hub operations. Last person. Anyone?
I think my members are still eating.
They are still eating. No, they are here. They are here. They are here. I wish I knew them. Or you help me pick points.
Oh,
Who are your group members? Who are your group? Yeah, also, he needs to talk. He will talk.
Okay, so
Yes.
okay, so we were saying that at the tail end of the program, we were looking at the hubs inculcating the issue of monitoring and evaluation into our programs, because that is when we are able to measure whether the work that we have done, it's really been successful.
Okay.
Then also we look at doing a lot of collaboration, because we realize that the hubs, each of them have their own way of specialization. So if there are other areas that you think you know you don't have the capacity, you can fall on those in the ecosystem who have that capability to be able to help you in certain trainings that we have been running. Then finally, we also said that we shouldn't be looking at only the numbers, although there were different thoughts that yes, indeed, when somebody is funding you, the person will be looking at numbers. But when you want to look at impact as a hub, you should you always look beyond the numbers and see that maybe after the training, you've gotten a successful people out of your training program who are out there employing people to reduce the issue of unemployment that the country is battling with. Thank you.
Okay, that is a nice one. You know, you actually spoke a lot today. Yes. You are one of the spotlights or sports individual when it comes
you
to
will
people
give me
who
one bottle of water.
You
Okay,
know, right?
thank you.
One bottle of water.
Thank you. You gave my
It's
friend
yours,
toffee then.
Yours is water.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. At least I've upgraded to water.
I hear.
It's bigger than toffee.
I hear.
Yes.
I hear.
Thank you very much. Inclusive GFA members, are you here? You tackled inclusive ecosystems, gender and diversity in hub operations. Any proud member? Okay. Anyone from inclusive ecosystem, gender and diversity in hub operations? Should I come? No. Proud member. No proud member. Or you didn't have any session on it? Okay, I see one. Beautiful. Share with us.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things that we looked at was to be intentional about our gender inclusion.
Okay.
We must first audit ourselves, our individual hubs organization, to see how intentional and inclusive we are when it comes to gender inclusivity. So we have to look at some policies that should be put in place to encourage both genders to come on board. We also looked at some of the things that we can do is to first do some internal orientation of the staff, and also try to inculcate some of the gender inclusion policies in our policies that will be used in the workplaces, so that we can encourage gender inclusion. Also, we also spoke on trying to also bring our startups or those we train on board, so that wherever they also go, they can also do this gender inclusion in their various startups.
Excellent. We need another member, last member to climax on this. Any of your members, are they around? Proud member. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So for us, we had a lot of deliberations, and a few key takeaways that I would talk about is the fact that the challenges that we saw and then we brought up is the fact that, let's say all institutions are doing our best. We are altering our policies and then our implementation plans, but then we are still not getting the female gender to join in. What are the things that we have to do? And then one of the key things that came out was the fact that instead of waiting for them to come, we can also go to them. That is number one. Number two, we also decided that, okay, we can mentor people and let them become the people we want to see in our various ecosystems. So for instance, maybe somebody that came in as an entrepreneur or a junior startup or whatever it is, you mentor them with all these things so that before they go out there, they are not only going out as an SME, but then they are going out as people that have these mindsets and that have these implementations in their mind, and they also go and implement it there wherever they find themselves. So basically, these are a few things that we also spoke about and then came to the realization in our discussions. Thank you.
Wow. Stellar remarks. Splendid one day. I didn't give you anything. I'm giving you a tag. It's already on your neck. That is nice. And I'm giving you a pen. You've also done well. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we would like to hear from our various booths. And we'll be starting with Ghana Hubs Network. If a rep is around to kindly walk us through, just 1 minute. What do you do? And all that. Ghana Hubs Network. Mr. Courage, kindly do us the favor of walking us through.
You want me to do what? What do you want me to do? All right. So Ghana Hubs Network, what do we do? So the Ghana Hubs Network is a membership organization. So it means that we are member driven, and for all of us, or for most of us who are in this room, we own individual hubs, and then you can join the network as a hub owner. So our job is to look for opportunities and fight for the ecosystem to which we belong. Now, every year we put together an annual gathering, and that is supposed to bring together opportunities, and then we can be able to meet players in the ecosystem from issues around policy. We heard in the morning that there's a conversation around the Ghana Startup Act. That is one of the kind of policies that we champion for the ecosystem, and we know that it's going to benefit the people who are our members. So that's some of the things that we do as a member organization. The second thing is that we look for opportunities for our members. Now, for a hub, there are a lot of things you can do in terms of programming, program design, and how can we support you for program design. We look for opportunities from some of the development agencies and then bring it down for our members to be able to implement some of those programs. That is one of the ways that we support our members. We have membership all over the country, from Bolgatanga to Wa to Ho to Tamale, Sunyani, in Accra, Takrady. the challenge is that for someone who is in a far away place like Wa, there are a lot of the things that are happening within the city in Accra. And so our job is to be able to bring some of those things from Accra to you wherever you are, so that in your locations, your young people can be able to benefit from the programming that are happening in Accra. And that's some of the things that we do. We look for opportunities and break it down to people wherever they are, devoid of the location and opportunity. Now, the final thing in terms of our activity for the HAPS network is the issue of policy. Now, there are a lot of things that affect HAPS, from registration to revenue to tax systems, and how can we be able to, we know a lot of our members now have issues with GRA. GRA is always knocking on your door. Have you filed? Have you paid XYZ for your workers? Have you done and run your business? The second one has to do with registration. Now, we know that the company of registrars is the one in charge for business registration. Now, for most people who are in this room who want to start HAPS, you are not so sure. How do you start? Should you go and register as a one-man sole proprietorship? Should you go, is it a partnership? Should you do XYZ? You may want to talk to people who are already on the ground, but sometimes it's confusing as it comes. So the next thing is, what can we do to have a one fit-for-all template for people who want to be under our umbrella? What sort of toolkit should we provide for registration purposes? Who should you speak to if you are in Wa, Kumasi, and you want to set up a hub? Who can you call at the secretariat and say, okay, I want to do XYZ. Can you give me a number at the company's registration to help me set up my new hub? So those are some of the things that are currently in pipeline that we are working on. That by the time we are done, we become a one place for all access platform to help our members, incoming members, prospective members, to be able to, number one, navigate their issues around taxes and also get issues around registration sorted for them. So in a nutshell, this is some of the things that we do at the Ghana HAPS Network Secretariat. You are able to bring impact to all your respective locations, no matter where you are coming from. Our job is to democratize access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Courage. We can do better. He didn't really want to talk because he felt he has spoken a lot today. But the group member said, you must talk for us. You must defend your name, Courage. So he took the opportunity to speak to us. Now let us hear from Ghana.com. Ghana.com. It is your turn to speak to us. What do you do? What is in stock with Ghana.com?
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Ghana.com is an IT service provider. We have been in existence since 1988. Fortunately, Ghana.com is a company that brought internet here to Ghana. The internet we are using today was brought by our company. And this year, we are celebrating the 30 years of having internet here in Ghana. We provide web service, starting from domain name registration, web hosting, SS certificate, and cloud service. Whatever you need to have a presence online, Ghana.com does that. Aside that, we also provide payment services. We are an enhanced PSP, licensed by the Bank of Ghana. So if you need payment services, like you do e-commerce and you want to receive payment online, we have those products, we call it TrustPay, that allows you to collect money online from MasterCard, Visa card, mobile money, and also the crypto. But the crypto is, we are waiting for approval from Bank of Ghana, so we allow our merchant to collect crypto payment online. Aside that, we provide terminal equipment. We call them Trust Kiosks. We have one around that work like ATM. They provide self-service. You can go to the Trust Kiosk and have financial transaction from your Momo, do your deposits, buy airtime withdrawal, pay your bills, and tuition fee collection. Aside that, also we do app development. We have various applications. For research application, we have .post is available online. You can download to conduct your market research. Aside that, currently we have a new product, Locally Groom AI. We develop an AI product called AI at Ghana.com. So that AI gives you the ability to create an intelligent bot that you're able to interact with your customers. And the good thing is that it's free. So the website is ai.ghana.com. So once you go there, based on your business, you can create a bot that is free, that will be hosted on your website. So your customers can interact with this bot. It's an intelligent bot and explain or address any challenges that they may come across. So in a nutshell, that is Ghana.com. So this year, we'll be having the Africa Internet Summit here in Ghana around September. So we invite all of you to come because this year, as I said, we are celebrating 30 years of internet here in Ghana. Thank you.
Such a great achievement, 30 years. Please, let's acknowledge him better. Let's acknowledge them better. Kindly, let's move in front. If there is an empty table with chairs in front of you, kindly occupy those seats so that we could have better pictures and all that. Let's move forward. So you just take a step forward. That is all. Just a step forward. It's not that difficult, right? A step forward. Oh, those that will be seated in front. At the end of the day, there is something special in Stockholm. Oh. No. There is something special in Stoke. Do trust me. Just come. I gave you toffee, didn't I? I tried. There's something in stock for you. Please, kindly, this table, there's nobody here. And it doesn't look nice. Let's just occupy to make it beautiful for nice pictures and all that. Some people have just decided, I'll move. I'm a magnet, I'll move. No matter what you do, I'll move. But I'm pleading, I'm on my knees. Let's kindly move, please. Yes, please. Let's kindly move in front. Okay. Nice one. We're just waiting for a couple of people to come in front, and that's all. Then we are gone. Okay. Please, you may sit here. Madam, kindly, you can't sit here. Yes, you can. There's one here. Just sit here. There's no. Okay, thank you very much. Now let us hear from UMAT Business Incubation Hub. Just a swift one. 1 minute, then we are done.
Please, good afternoon once again. We have developed a lot of innovations, including the electronic gate. And the function of the electronic gate is to give access to people to use a certain road. Instead of the toll booth, we have it in an electric way, so that you show your Ghana card or your card to the system, the bar will get down, then you pass by. You have smart switches, which give access to the users to control systems like cars, bulbs over a long distance. You can be in America, but park your car in Ghana for people to use the car. You can be in America, but put on your house, bulbs, TV on in Ghana. It's controlling system over a long distance. You also have the smart bed for drying cocoa and
So, hello everyone. I'm the person of Eden Bright, Donya. Okay, so what I have here is a dehydrator. So significantly, there's a huge loss in post-harvest, and that's as a result of ineffective food preservation methods. This is a dehydrator that's...
They want to see you.
Okay.
You're hiding in your one corner.
Okay,
They
sorry.
want to see both of you. Also come in front. Yes. We know the people behind the voice. You may continue.
Okay,
Thanks.
so my dehydrator dehydrates food crops in a couple of hours. What I'm having here is cassava, which normally takes weeks or sometimes a month to dehydrate totally. But this machine does that in a minimum of 3 hours. And I also have carrots, dehydrated carrots inside, which took a minimum of an hour to dehydrate. So this prototype I'm having here is a manual version, and I'm planning on automating the system. But our limitations are funds, and we are hoping to meet investors and manufacturers who are willing to help us bring this market to the market, this prototype to the market.
Beautiful one there, such great minds. And we appreciate you. If you have any questions or reservations, kindly walk to their booths and then connect with them. You can as well. You said you're looking for funding. There are people around. Do network. At least somebody might be interested in your project. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we are coming to our most anticipated segment. That is the panel discussion that has to do with inclusive ecosystems, gender and diversity in hub operations. This session will be led or moderated by Abdul Rahim Shaibu Isa, GFA consultant. So Abdul Rahim, if you are around, I leave the ball in your court. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rafiatu. I hope we've had a very wonderful day, and we are going to wrap up with a very interesting conversation. And the conversation is about gender, right? And as innovation hubs, we would want to understand how innovation hubs can develop and be at that point where we can become gender responsive in our activities, in our operations, and also in our programs as well. So we've put together, let me say, an A-list panel, or we can also say an assembling of the Avengers in gender responsiveness. And to start with, I would first of all like to invite my first panelist, who is in the person of Al-Hassan Baba Muniru. He is the Country Director for GFA Consulting. Let's give it up for him. We keep on clapping until he takes the seat, please. Thank you very much. My next panelist is basically from the organization that largely brought us all here together. And she's in the person of Stephanie Buanya Mensah from GIZ DTech. Let's keep clapping until they take their seats, please. Okay. My next panelist is a professor in gender equality. In likelihood, we can equalize her to the Thanos of gender equality. I'd like to invite Professor Constance Awimpoka Akurugu from the University of Business and Integrated Development Studies in WA. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I hope your mic works.
Yes.
Great. Hello. Yes. So, just to start with, I'm going to start with Stephanie from GIZ, and I would like to have you share with us why gender equity is actually a pillar in DTC and DTEC's digital strategy as well.
All right, so I'll just briefly touch on what DTEC means, just for those who are not aware of. So that's a digital transformation for inclusive entrepreneurship in Ghana. And our main focus of the project is to empower informal micro-entrepreneurs when it comes to digitalization and also their jobs as business people or entrepreneurs. Basically, we have so many other interventions, but let's just focus right now on the gender bit. GFA is greatly supporting us in this regard. They are the consultants on this project. And so basically, GIZ as a whole solely focuses a lot when it comes to gender. We have a gender strategy and all of that. And my project happens to be a GE2 project. So a GE2 project means a Gender Equality 2 project, meaning a majority or a bigger part of our indicators is focused on empowering women and also the marginalized groups. And so it's something that's on the heart of GIZ as a whole. And so a lot of our indicators are based on that. So that's maybe in just a nutshell the reason why this is quite important to us and dear to our heart.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Constance, please, if you can enlighten us a little bit more. So we know or we are aware that GFA Consulting is actually working with GIZ DTEC to develop a gender-responsive toolkit for hubs and workshop organizers. Can you share with us what this toolkit is supposed to tackle and why the gender-responsive toolkit?
Okay, thank you very much, Rahim, and thanks to you all for staying with us. Yes, so those of you who came to our session, pardon me if this is a repetition, but as we discussed that session, we all probably know that the digital technology ecosystem is a very male-dominated space, which means that leadership, decision-making, entrepreneurs that we work with, and training interventions targets are mostly different groups of men and men. So women often do not have the same opportunities due to a range of sociocultural barriers, economic reasons. For instance, the fact that women will have to ask for permissions from the male members of their family, either husband or brother or father, and also the fact that women face greater challenges in terms of getting access to resources to be able to build their businesses, and even the stereotyping, gender role stereotyping, which assigns certain roles, especially within the domestic space, to women. So we have all of these kinds of challenges that make it difficult for women and men to operate at the same level within this ecosystem. So this intervention, the gender responsive toolkit, sought to support actors in this space, namely hubs, digital innovation hubs, and also workshop organizers to be better equipped by way of getting a better understanding of the specific challenges of different groups of men and women, persons with disability, people from low education and low income backgrounds and all of that. And then to work towards putting in place systems and structures to address these challenges so that in the near future we can have a more equitable digital technology ecosystem for all of us, which is what we all are looking for, right? So this study, we started off by first of all conducting a needs assessment across 6 regions. And I see a lot of the faces here that we came to do the needs assessment. And based on the needs assessment, we worked to develop 2 sets of toolkits, one for the workshop organizers, and also one to support the hubs in terms of your internal operations, but also in terms of forging partnerships that will be productive in terms of getting greater understanding of the gender issues and incorporating these more effectively into your practices, right? So this is the processes. We already did the validation for the workshops, and again, some of you seated here were part of the teams that supported our validation, and moments ago or hours ago, we did some validation for the toolkit for the hubs, right?
Thank you very much. I'd like Alassane to take this one as well. With respect to the aspect of gender gaps in digital innovation, what would you say are some of the most critical challenges or gaps there as well that affect women in the digital innovation space?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I would say, of course, one is access to technology itself, right? Its usage, be it access to advanced smartphones or internet, good connectivity. These are all things that also limits women's participation and their ability to be able to uptake some of these things as well. And of course, as Constance already alluded to or touched on, there are several challenges and barriers that limit participation, and that's why we really want to support in terms of really help remove these barriers as well. So it's also about really, I think majority of it's also a mindset shift, right? Society needing to encourage women and girls to really adapt technology. So for example, as an example from myself at home, and this is even way before becoming a consultant, whenever my sisters would maybe come to me to, type something for them or do something for them on the computer or this, right, I would always insist first on actually teaching them how to do it, right? Instead of say, okay, you give me the computer, I will scan it for you and remove the virus for it. I will be like, let's do it together. So whilst we are doing it, then I am teaching you how to do it right. It's so that it's not, they are not having the mindset that anything that is digital, oh, it's for the boys, it's for the men. They do it, we sit there and play with toys or whatever, right? So I think it's also about having the structure so that also men and boys also can also support, right, women and girls, to really help them to remove those barriers, because there are mental barriers, right, so that people would also approach and adapt you and use and then become, and for it to also become normal, right? When everybody is doing it, then those barriers will be limited. Yes, there might still be challenges, but at least you would have a majority of people then having the confidence to go into the digital space, and that will also, of course, then allow them to be able to maximize whatever opportunities that there might be in that space as well.
Great. What a wonderful example. Let us all try to train our wives, our sisters, our brothers, and everyone else as well. Okay, moving on again to you, Constance. We are curious. We want to understand what would be the best practices that you've maybe come across in your line of work since you've been experienced, you've worked in this space for a long time. Would you share with us some best practices that you've seen in the digital innovation space as well?
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes. So maybe I should have also said that, when we talk about gender responsiveness in digital innovation, we are saying that due to the sociocultural norms, due to the gender roles and expectations that society assigns to different groups of women and men, which are very varied. Alassane just talked to us about the gender roles and how they replicate even in the space of digital technology, right? Because these roles are differentiated, our needs our aspirations, our interests often also vary, right? So when we went around to do the assessment, I realized that most of the women who even go to the tech hubs use quite rudimentary technology. And I mean, in one of them, I jokingly said to the ladies that I was hoping to learn some more sophisticated tech from you people once you are in this space, but you're using the same things that, very basic ones that I also know, right? So gender responsiveness means that we appreciate and recognize that there are differences. The challenges also vary. And then we take steps to address these differentiated needs and challenges, right, of women and men. So in terms of the best practices, when we went around, we saw some across some of the hubs. What comes to mind right away is the Ghana Innovation Hub. They have a children's corner, kids corner. And this might look very ordinary, but everyone who has been a parent here, for the mothers who often have the care role responsibility, but also for the fathers who get involved, you will appreciate the importance that such a space creates for a young entrepreneur who is a mother and wants a place to be able to leave the child, so that if you know that your child is there and they are safe, then you can concentrate on the training. The assistance hub in Tamale also has a daycare, and our interactions with the team reveal that when they have training, nursing mothers or people who bring children can take their children to the daycare free of charge whilst they undergo the training. And you know, if you are a mother, you really will appreciate how important this is, because if you're not sure of where your child is, believe you me, there were times I'll be going for lectures, and once I receive a call that your child is running temperature, if you don't cancel that class, you go and stand there, but your mind is somewhere else, right? So there's really nothing compared to a mother knowing that there is a safe space where you can leave your child there. So this is one. We also have the Girls in the ICT initiative, which is a public sector initiative targeting girls from rural areas to kind of catch them young, support them with even the basics, the fundamentals of digital innovation, so that as they are growing, they would nurture and develop interest in STEM related courses, so that, you know, in the long term, we will also be working to close the gap. So they'll get to STEM from a vantage point of already having experience, or at least knowing the rudiments, right? Also, when we came around in a few hubs, we learned that sometimes, because there is that stereotype, or maybe it is real, but deriving from the stereotype, that women find it more difficult to grasp the digital innovation lessons. They start training them, giving them pre-training lessons, so that they are kind of trying to introduce them already to the sessions that will run in a week or two, so that by the time the formal sessions are starting, they already have some basics that will support their learning. In some hubs too, some of you have a flexible working time and schedule, which permits nursing mothers to be able to work remotely. So we learned a lot, and also a lot of you said a lot of things, but later on when we probed, we were a bit disappointed. What I just want to say is that I want to encourage us all. We know, some of us know what to do, because based on that assessment, I got to know that a lot of us know what to do, but we will only try to be very politically correct by telling the assessor, oh, this is what we do, we are passionate about this. But then when you talk to the beneficiaries, you get a different story when you probe further, or you say, okay, you say you have a place for kids, then we are doing our program and there are kids, and then we want to use that place, and then the goalpost starts shifting, you see. Like Al-Hassan said, and Rahim also echoed, I always say this, and I want anyone to challenge me. Charity must start from home. If I work in this area of women and girls empowerment, gender equality, I have to ensure that by the way I carry and compose myself, I am reinforcing what I am I'm saying, but not just to say it. And I want to entreat the hubs to do the same, to start by doing those that are easy to deal with. Some of them, like for instance, flexible schedule. When you can afford, you give transportation, you pay something a little more for the carer to come along, for the person coming for the training to bring another person, or even provide them with lunch, which won't be too much to do, I imagine. Maybe I don't understand the specific challenges not working in that space, but I think that these are things, kind of the low-hanging fruits that we can target if we want to achieve gender responsiveness.
Okay, thank you very much. Stephanie, so as GIZ DTech, what would success look like with respect to the adoption of the toolkits?
Generally, I think Constance mentioned this briefly about the gender lens. Most of the times, maybe they have to say, oh, we have something like that. We have a policy, or we are supporting women in that regard. But you go in details and you realize that really is probably something written and just resting somewhere. So having that gender lens is one thing we would deem successful. And also, these two kits we are working on, one for the hubs, one for workshop organizers, is also one very important success factor, and also the gender networks. So the gender networks is comprised of 3 hubs. I think Thinking Mind, Pahibu Space, and then We North, or Linear Foundation. And these are hubs already in the ecosystem, so they serve as, how do I put it, conduits. So then at the end of the day, if any of the other hubs need any support or anything, they can fall on them, since they already have some sort of expertise and training in this regard. And also generally, including it in their own homes. As Constance said, charity begins at home. So then within the hubs, you have a policy for maybe maternity leave, paternity leave, all of these things included. So it must start from there before the trainings. Maybe during trainings, if you have some sort of subsidized or some money or a sort of allocation for a caregiver to support some of the nursing mothers, or if it's someone with a disability, the person he comes with, if the person will also be given some sort of money or a way of getting there successfully. These are all things we deem as success factors. Yes, and generally just everyone, getting all women on board and marginalized groups on board when it comes to the digital transformation agenda, just close this gender and digital divide, because it's quite huge. You see women holding very complex mobile phones, but they cannot really do much with it. They cannot even use a simple calculator or create an event or a reminder using a Google Calendar or any other form of calendar. So yes.
Constance, you wanted to add something?
Yes, so I just wanted to add that for me, I would really be glad in, let's say, a year or 2, if we were to come around again to do the same kind of needs assessment we did, to see that the hubs are gravitating towards a gender transformative approach, which is like the highest level in the gender equality or the gender integration continuum. If you want to learn more about this, come to our session tomorrow in the afternoon. But the gender integration continuum is just a framework for assessing the extent to which actors in this space, for instance, incorporate gender issues into your policy, into your general management and practices, and also in the activities you implement and the outcomes you get. So we move from being very gender blind or unaware. And often I hear people say, you know, this gender thing is very distracting. What I believe in is being fair to everyone. And I have a response for those people. What you call fairness will actually turn out to be unfair, in the sense that we are saying that there's a certain status quo, which is one of unequal gender representation, right? So if you just say you are continuing to be fair, then you are continuing to reinforce the inequality and to disadvantage one group. So we are hoping that the toolkits and also engagements like this will encourage the hubs to be able to move from becoming, from being gender blind or gender neutral to becoming responsive in the sense of understanding the unique challenges of the stakeholders we work with and working towards addressing these challenges.
Okay, great. So, Alassane, in practical elements, right? What are the elements in that toolkit that can drive the hubs or that can lead the hubs to achieve this success that Constance and Stephanie talked about?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the toolkit has been designed in such a way that it provides you with actually a lot of instructions and guides, as Rahim said, right? So it gives you a step-by-step, how to do a gender audit, how to, you can start by a simple, and it gives you also the steps of what to do. If you want to set up a gender policy, what are the things you need to do? Who can you talk to? Where can you get information? Right, and we want this to be something that is really practical, and it's not only for one person in the hub to take it and then say, okay, I've read it and I've put it down. No, it should be actually a working document for everybody in the organization, right? So that's also why for those that came to our session, we also then did the development of the action plan, right? So that we can then let you already start thinking about that, if tomorrow we send you the toolkit, we already want to have an idea. We want you to start thinking about, okay, what are the things that we need to do as an organization to integrate into our activities, right? And you can start by, as Constance said, the lower hanging fruits. What are the simple things that you can do, right? What do you need to do? So first, look around within your organization. How many women are there, on your board? How many women are on your board? Or how many people also that are not represented are there, right? And then you start to think about it, say, okay, I have looked, maybe there's a gap here, and then for you to then, because the first step is actually acknowledging that there's something that needs to be done. If you are still in denial and you don't acknowledge it, then you won't be able to do anything about it, right? So I would say that would be the first step. When you look at also your program design, the facilitators. How many women are facilitating your sessions, right? Because it's not only about just saying, okay, nobody is coming to the training, and then you say, okay, the women don't come. Why are they not coming to the training, right? So you need to start to think about it. Maybe it's about this particular facilitator that is then harassing them. If you are not there in the room and you don't ask, you don't know, right? So there are so many things that needs to be considered. Even how you do the call for applications. Right, what language is, what images are used in actually are used to invite people to attend the program. If people cannot relate to what you are offering, of course they are not going to show up. So that would then again reinforce the same thing. You say, we opened the call and then there were no women applying, so we've done our part, right? So it's also about really just taking a step back, think about it, but also don't do it alone. Do it within the whole team. Right, so also really, as an organization, really reflecting and working together internally to then basically hear and give everyone a platform to then say, okay, this is what we want to do together as an organization. I think that would also be some of my key recommendations and steps as to what to do once the toolkit is ready.
Okay, my final question to all my panelists here. And you know, it's quite a simple question. In reference to what you all mentioned, I think you talked about the fact that in assessment and in experience, you've seen some hubs who have these policies, gender policies, quote unquote, there, but in reality and in practicality, they are not even being implemented. So the question is, what would you say to hub members, hub leaders who think gender responsiveness is a nice to have tool and not really essential? So anybody can start. I think I would want to hear from all of you.
Okay, I'll start. I would say, it's actually a responsibility, right? So let's take the responsibility of that, and then to really ensure that whatever we are offering is inclusive and basically supports everybody. So that would be my take.
Okay, I think I'll just go next. From my standpoint as a DTech or GIZ technical advisor, I would say the most important thing for us is for the hubs to actually adopt all of these toolkits and all of these things you are saying to help us close this digital gender divide. There are so many interesting comments that come up that, hey, why are you focusing on just women? What happens to the men and all of that? But we've done some needs assessments, we've done some research, and we realized that women are really lagging behind when it comes to the topic of digitalization. And so, yeah, it will be great if you support us and help us push this agenda. Thank you.
Right, yeah. So we are at a time where issues of equity, diversity, and social inclusion are very important across the globe. And actually, the mantra "leaving no one behind," which accompanies the Sustainable Development Goals, entreats us all to care about inclusion, reaching the farthest and getting to the last mile. And what this means for all of us who work in this space, who want to see change, who want to see the empowerment of young people and women, is for us to really pay attention to the marginalized segments of the communities that we work in. And these include women, these include ethnic minority persons with disability, and all the vulnerable people, including the men who are vulnerable that we can think of. So I wouldn't say that it is just something that is nice to have, but it is a very gender inclusion, gender responsiveness should be fundamental to our operations. Think about all the successful women who are out there and working and opening doors for all of us, men, women, our families, and all of that. If they did not get their support, someone believing in them and supporting them to get to where they are, where would they have been to be creating the opportunities that they are creating? So I think that all of us should walk away from here nurturing or creating a mindset of being a gender advocate. And you know, again, I believe someone will be saying, so you actually mean an advocate for women's rights. So we appreciate that gender is not about women. Gender is about the sociocultural norms and expectations, rules and practices that are associated with being male or female. But we also need to appreciate that gender relations are very power-laden and they are very unequal. Right, so women often are at the bottom. So if you say that women are at the disadvantaged part and you are engaging in a gender advocacy practice, then you would want to think about how to undo those barriers and to ensure that women are able to operate at the same level as men. At the same time, you are also looking out for vulnerable and marginalized men who require support. so that together we can achieve that greater inclusivity, and then we will really not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Let's give it up. Let's give it up. We can do more. Thank you so much to the panelists. I will take some questions, and I could see some few hands being raised. Also, there is. Can you go back, please? You can also this, and then also just type in your question. If for some reason you are unable to speak, right, we would also respond to the questions here as well. So can I hear from you, sir, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Thomas Abuga from Noxinia Business Hub, Navrongo, Upper East. I like this presentation very well. I'm actually heading our climate and gender decks. So issues of gender has always been a problem, and the gaps, actually we try to find the gaps in our place. And most of these women actually told us that why women are not included in decision making because of their attitude. We try to see how they could get involved, but because of the digital space now, WhatsApp has helped women to be part of the families. Recently, a WhatsApp group was formed, and women contributed in making the funeral successful. And one thing I also like to put here is that back at our places, we respect and revere the chiefs very much. There's a saying in my language, so in as much as we want to break up these stereotypes, we should.
Would you want to translate that
yes,
saying?
Yes, we would love to hear.
Yes, when the chiefs orders you to dance, you can never say you don't have a dancing skill. Yeah. So I think the chiefs, the gatekeepers, we need to knock on their doors and consciously let them understand this toolkit you are bringing on board. We at Noxinia Business Hub will welcome this toolkit and integrate it in our development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, any other? Okay, Mr. Smiler.
Yes, I'm Smiler Chakra from Noni Hub. And my question goes to the GFA consulting team. Yes, you did mention that when you went around, some of the hubs had the gender policy documents and they were not implementing them. So I want to find out whether you did identify the reasons why they were not implementing these policies. And also, I know you are conducting info sessions for the adaptation of the toolkits. Are there any capacity trainings that you are going to organize for the hubs so that they will be able to use them? Thank you.
Are we responding to the two before we take any other?
The first one was more of a comment, right?
Yes.
If I got it right. And
input,
so
yes.
We can take another question and then we respond to them. Also because of time, and then we respond to the ones online as well.
Okay, kindly, who else has a question?
Okay, so let me just respond to Smiler briefly.
That's
yes,
fine.
So tomorrow we have a capacity building session. Unfortunately, we're not being given all the time that we would have loved to, but we're going to make the very best use of that time tomorrow. So let me encourage everyone to come along tomorrow at 3 p.m. For our capacity building session. In terms of the policy, so we did not ask, but you know, what we rather gathered was that some don't even have. Because when they say they have, and then you push, can you send? They say, oh, I'll send it later. Then you finish the interview and you leave and you follow, and it's like, oh, we are now developing it. Oh, we are finalizing it. And then you just can read between the lines that they don't have. But it's very typical. It's our nature as Ghanaians, you know, to try to make ourselves look very good. Although we often said to people that it's just a needs assessment. We're not going to say, why are you doing this or that? It's just going to help us to understand how the kind of intervention you require.
Any other question? There is one at the. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Janat Isifu, founder for One Hive Ghana. It's a female innovation space in the Bunu region. And this is not a question, but a comment about gender, this gender discussion, because our work is around women, what we do for young women in deprived communities. And one thing that we have realized about these issues, normally family is also at the center of this, especially with the women who have husbands or have fathers who are very controlling. Sometimes what our hub do is to give them accessibility. So if you come to the space, we have the mentors, we have the digital tools, we have facilitators, trainers, and all of that. Now it's left with these women or young ladies to be able to access these opportunities, and they are getting prevented, or they are being prevented by their husbands or their fathers from actually coming to access this. So I don't know, maybe a part of the toolkit is going to capture how there's going to be an engagement with these family members. It's not even just with the skills. There are some that comes for the training, and it's time to even support them to create maybe a business or something. We have the resources ready for them. But then it is being difficult because it gets to that point where the husband stops them from coming to the space. What are you going there to do? What are they teaching you? You know, so that is becoming a barrier. So if there could be maybe an advocacy of a sort that we can actually work with these men for them to actually understand what happens in this space, that is something that's going to build their women and with no ulterior motive. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, beautiful one there. Thanks for sharing with us.
Yeah, so there's actually, do you want to respond, or, because there was a comment, I don't know if there was something you wanted to say.
Yeah, maybe I can respond, yes. That's a very, very good observation, and yes, we've all also experienced similar versions as well. And of course, we do acknowledge that, you know, it's a process, right? So, and that's why, at least from GIZ side, you know, they are also really tackling this from many different angles, right? Because in the end, we want the entire community. So as part of this project, right, the gender responsive, for digital transformation, the toolkit is one of the components, right? So we are developing the two types of toolkits. But as part of that also, we also supporting also 3 networks across some of the regions. And then the idea is also that these networks also run programs and activities that then also bring more awareness also in the regions about some of these things as well. And of course, we also do encourage also the hubs, right? And even in the toolkit, right, that, there's a chapter on community partnerships and so on, and there's also a chapter on also men as agents of change, right? So it's also about really working with everybody in the ecosystem, because in the end it's a societal thing. So while we are offering the trainings, right, then also other activities is also about, you know, bringing more awareness also to everybody in society, so that they will also come to understand the needs and the importance of also supporting these things, and also allowing also their, you know, wives and children or whatever to also access these things as well. But in the end, it requires a collective effort from society. Otherwise, it will never stop. But at least we have to start from somewhere and keep on pushing as well. So that would be what I would say, that hopefully with time, more people will be able to be aware of these things, and then also will all contribute in helping to tackle this as well.
Yeah, for the sake of time, I would just take one more question online. It says, what steps can be taken to address online harassment and protect women's rights in the digital space? So to my panelists, who would do us the honor?
Okay, yeah, so again, in the assessment, this really came up. Some of the young women talked to us about how they get trolled online, how sometimes people pretend to be interested in what they are selling, only to be sending them suggestive messages and all of that. Yeah. So in the toolkit, we also have a section on safeguarding and dealing with sexual harassment. First of all, by creating the awareness. I think the main challenge for the women is that, and as we found out in the assessment, is that they say that in the trainings that you offer, you don't often talk to them about how to keep safe online. Obviously, this is for the, maybe Rahim himself or Al-Hassan can respond to the tech aspect in terms of how to make it safe for women.
Stephanie, you wanted to add?
Yeah, so this is just an experience from the previous phase of our project. That was 2021-2022. We did some cybercrime awareness campaigns in the rural areas. And what we did was to first, we did one plenary session and then we made the men excuse us for a while so that the women can actually open up about their encounters online. And then they brought up very interesting experiences. And some did not know how to handle it, and they went through a lot of harassment and stress. So eventually they shared theirs, and then we invited the men back and then told them that this is what usually happens. We showed the ladies the steps to go through. You can click on the block button or report button and what have you. And I think, I mean, I stand to be corrected. In some cases, you can actually report this people or this person to the police, and they can follow up on it. So that was what we did. The ladies or the women found this very useful, that we sort of we made the men step out of the room for a while they shared their experiences. And then later the men came in, we told them that, okay, this is what the women usually face. And so some of them have to act as change agents so that maybe if they're online and someone is being trolled or someone's nude pictures are online, how they can go about handling it, how they can also educate their sisters and the women in their lives to handle it. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you to my panelists, Constance, Stephanie, and Al-Hassan. It's been a wonderful conversation. My name is Abdul Rahim Shaibu Isa, and I would like to end with one phrase that Constance said: leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Wow. Insightful conversation. We can do better. We can do better than this. We've taken lunch, so let's keep clapping. A picture. The camera people. Hey, it seems they are outside. They are enjoying outside events more than. They need to capture this beautiful moment. Hello. Hello. Please, we need some pictures. Yes. Oh, right now, yes. Right now. Photo, please do the needful. Okay. Let's have the picture segment. It's important to keep memories. Dog. Where is dog? Okay. Say cheese, take a picture. Strike a pose, make a seat, take a picture. Let's see some poses now. Let's see some poses. Okay, photo is ready now. You're not ready yet. This is just rehearsals. Interesting. One. Wow. Okay, gender responsive to. What stood out for you? Sir, you did mention you were in the section. I sat closer to you. You mentioned you were join the same. What stood out for you?
Thank you so much. What I have is, gender issues in our country on the rise. So I would say that there is the need to give a high attention to it so that it will give the society to develop, I may say, because issues of gender is on the rise, and it is creating a whole lot of domestic violence. I may say, taking for instance, during the COVID time, there were a whole lot of domestic issues, which is from gender issues, because men were criticizing their wives that they are taking money from them in collaboration. They are conspiring with their words and they are taking money because of the track system. Yeah. So
thank you very much. There's nothing we can really do about that. But I'm so grateful that you are still here with us. We have one last gentleman who would take just 5 minutes to talk about the RISA Fund. The RISA Fund is a very important partner to Ghana Hubs Network. And the RISA Fund has a message for you. By the time he's done, to see him up and start pitching to him. Let's welcome Mr. Gameli Ajaho, Country Technical Lead for RISA Fund.
Hello. I'm so tired I've even forgotten the word I wanted to use. Is this sabotage or when somebody puts you in a corner somewhere, what word do you use to describe it? Yeah, he has cornered me. Yeah. No, it's a pleasure to join you today for the convening of the Ghana Hubs Network. I don't know if they mentioned my name when they were mentioning the speakers at one of the earlier panel discussions. I didn't show up earlier, but yeah, just to introduce myself, I'm Gameli Ajaho from the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa Fund program. We support research and innovation systems strengthening, and as you know, the hubs are all about innovation, right? Creating solutions to problems that we face and creating businesses out of them. So you are really at the cutting edge of innovation and enterprise development in Ghana. And at RISA, we are interested in research, we are interested in innovation, and we are also interested in commercial. So naturally, we are partners in that sense. We do work with a number of hubs. So for example, we've partnered with iSpace, where they were looking at creating toolkits around research, innovation, and commercialization, and have gone ahead to set up a research desk in 5 hubs in 5 regions across Ghana. I'm sure some of the hubs here host this research desk, and you have access to resources that your members can use to support their work. We also partner with the Ghana Hubs Network through the Enterprise Support Organizations Collaborative, which is spearheaded by one of our members called, one of our partners called Impact Investing Ghana. Tomorrow, I think there will be a session to talk about some of the activities of the Enterprise Support Organization Collaborative. But through that ESO Collaborative, we are looking at things like innovation hubs and helping to better position them through the Scale Quality Improvement program. And through the Scale Quality Improvement program, we are hearing good stories from hubs like Agrico Hub, others like Developers Academy, in terms of the changes that they are bringing to their communities through the refinement of their programs. Another interesting intervention is the ESO Pooled Fund, which will be a fund that will be accessible to enterprise support organizations like the hubs, as well as the startups that they support. You know, because you and I know that early stage financing is a big headache in our ecosystem. Yes. Earlier on, Emmanuel from GIZ was talking about the startup bill. It's something the RISA Fund also is excited about, and we are also ready to support the realization of the innovation and startup bill. And I think finally, another area of support to the ecosystem with Ghana Hubs Network actively involved is the Ghana Digital and Innovation Week. Last year, we were on board And this year, I'm proud to say that the Riser Fund will support Ghana Digital and Innovation Week once again. So basically, for the annual gathering of hubs, all I have to say is that I think that for the hubs, you are doing a great job. I also think that there is room for improvement, or there's room for deepening of the impact you're already making. And I think one of the areas of collaboration that I think will be very great for the hubs is also to look at innovation from a regional point of view, in terms of joining forces, particularly with the local research institutions, the technical universities, and the universities that you have in your communities. Partner up with them, come up with research programs, either problems in research or inventions or innovations that they've created that you can help them to develop, or problems that you are facing in your work that they can help to better understand through research. And it's through those industry, academia, research, innovation hub collaborations that we can move forward, because the evidence abounds that the research-driven innovations tend to churn more robust economic outcomes. So I'd like to encourage you to look at things from that angle, continue the collaboration, continue the partnership, and we will continue to support the various activities at the ecosystem level. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gamili. Yes, we appreciate. And all too soon, we have come to the end of today's engagement. But do remember, we started with an opening prayer. But before we climax, it is also imperative that we acknowledge the Lord for taking us through a successful program. Help me welcome Mr. Ernest Egan to give us a closing prayer.
Okay, I'm a Catholic, so bear with me. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty ever-living God, we began this program in your name, and we are ending in your name. We thank you for the success of this program. As you are departing to our various destinations, we ask that you shower your traveling mercies on us and send us to our destination safely. We also ask that this collaboration, this networking, this connection we have gotten here, Lord, strengthen it, build it, and let us realize our goals. For this and many other blessings, we ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, the Son, who lives and reigns within the great one God forever and ever. Amen. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Egan. This is how we will draw the curtains for day one engagement of All Hubs meeting, annual meeting in Ghana. I am Rafia Tuachimba Ogu, your host. It was an honor moderating the segment. And now it is time for us to take some memories. Let's take pictures. Photographers, kindly get your lenses ready to capture beautiful moments. Selfies as well, yes. All are involved. Mr. Yao Jenfi and the likes, kindly move forward for a group picture. Okay, everybody. Let's start with everybody. Everyone is on board. Let's all move forward for the picture. It's good to take pictures, so let's come in front. Okay. We all have to be featured in the picture. Provided you are here, you have to take a picture.